Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told anyone this story outside of my immediate family. Even after all these years, I get chills thinking about what happened that day. It still feels so real, like it just happened yesterday. This all went down when I was 15. My parents had made friends with this family that had a son my age. Let's call him Matt. We became pretty close. Pretty quickly. We were both into the same video games, movies, all that stuff. But looking back, there was always something weird about our friendship. Matt was always asking to come over to my place, like constantly. At first I thought it was cool. My house had a finished basement with a TV and a PlayStation, so it made sense. But after a while I realized he'd never once invited me to his place. Not even once. When I'd ask about hanging out at his house, he'd come up with these random excuses. His place was too small. His dad was strict about visitors. His mom didn't like having people over. Always something. I just figured his family was weird about guests, or maybe they were embarrassed about where they lived. One Friday in October, I finally convinced him to let me come over. I had just gotten Resident Evil 4, and I was so psyched to play it with him. His dad picked us up from school, and I remember the whole ride there. Matt seemed tense. I thought maybe he was just embarrassed about his house, which was this old split level in the older part of town. When we got there, I realized they lived in what his dad called a mother-in-law unit, basically a converted basement apartment underneath the main house. It wasn't fancy, but it wasn't terrible either. Just a small living room, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. The ceiling was low and there weren't many windows, so it was pretty dark even during the day. I pulled out the game thinking Matt would be excited, but his face just dropped, like completely drained of color. He whispered, "We can't play that here." "Why not?" I asked, confused. We'd played horror games plenty of times at my house. That's when he just blurted it out, "Because my house is haunted." I laughed. I mean, what else would you do? But Matt wasn't laughing. He looked dead serious, and honestly a little scared just talking about it. "I'm not joking," he said. "That's why I never invite anyone over. Weird shit happens here all the time." Now I was interested. I'd always been into ghost stories and horror movies, but I'd never known anyone who claimed to actually live in a haunted house. I asked him what kind of weird stuff happened. He lowered his voice, even though his dad was upstairs in the main house. "Sometimes things move by themselves. I'll put something down and come back, and it'll be in a different spot. Sometimes the lights flicker for no reason. And sometimes—" He paused, looking genuinely uncomfortable. "Sometimes I see things." He pointed to a door at the end of the small kitchen area. It was a pantry door, but it had this small window in it, about the size of a sheet of paper with a thin curtain covering it. "You see that window?" he said. "Sometimes late at night I'll see this. I don't know how to describe it, like a white cloud or something pass by it, but the pantry is completely dark inside. There's nothing in there that could make light." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I was still skeptical. Part of me thought he was just messing with me. "Has your dad ever seen anything?" I asked. Matt shook his head. "He thinks I'm making it up. That's why we're still here. He got this place super cheap because the last tenants moved out suddenly. He thinks they just couldn't afford it anymore, but what?" "But I overheard the landlord telling my dad that they left in the middle of the night, just packed up and left, didn't even take all their stuff." At this point, I was getting genuinely freaked out, but also really curious. I was 15, and 15-year-old boys are stupid. So naturally, I said, "Let's try to see it." Matt looked at me like I was insane. "Are you serious? No way." "Come on," I pushed. What's the worst that could happen? If nothing happens, then no big deal. If something does happen, well, that would be pretty cool, right? He didn't think it would be cool at all, but eventually I convinced him. We decided to try to provoke whatever was in the pantry by making noise. I know, stupid. But we were kids, and I still half believed he was making it all up. We started clapping our hands, stomping our feet, and calling out things like, "If there's something here, show yourself." Classic dumb kid stuff. I remember feeling both scared and silly at the same time. For about 5 minutes, nothing happened. I was just about to call it quits and suggest we go play the game at my house instead when Matt suddenly froze. His eyes were fixed on the pantry door window. I turned to look, and that's when I saw it. Something white and bright moved across that window. Not slowly, but really fast, like it darted past. It wasn't like a reflection or a shadow. It had substance to it, but it was also sort of transparent. It's so hard to describe. It was like if you made a ghost out of bright white smoke and then had it rush past really quickly. The thing is, the pantry had no other windows, no light source inside at all. It was pitch black in there. We'd checked earlier. There was absolutely no logical explanation for what we'd just seen. For a split second, we both just stood there, completely frozen. Then Matt whispered, "Did you see that?" I couldn't even speak. I just nodded. That's when the real panic set in. We both realized at the exact same moment that whatever we'd seen was real, and it was in that pantry, just a few feet away from us. Without saying another word, we both bolted for the stairs that led up to the main house entrance. I've never run so fast in my life. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. As we were halfway up the stairs, we heard it, a loud slam from back in the basement, like someone had violently shut the pantry door. But there was nobody else down there, nobody human anyway. We didn't stop, we didn't look back, we just kept running. We burst through the front door of the main house and out onto the front lawn where Matt's dad was washing his car. He looked at us like we were crazy. We were both pale, sweating, and out of breath. I realized I'd left one of my sandals back in the basement. I'd been wearing them inside, and one had come off during our mad dash. "What the hell is wrong with you two?" Matt's dad asked. Matt was trying to explain, talking so fast his words were jumbling together. The pantry, the thing, we saw it, the white thing, it moved across the window. His dad's face changed from confusion to anger. "Not this ghost bullshit again, Matt. I told you to stop with this nonsense." "We both saw it," I cut in. "I swear to God, we both saw something in that pantry window." Matt's dad looked at me for a long moment, then back at Matt. I could tell he was trying to decide if I was just playing along with Matt's delusion or if I was actually backing up his story. "Look," he finally said, sounding tired. "There's nothing in this house, nothing supernatural anyway. Old houses make noises, they settle, pipes make sounds, light plays tricks, that's all it is." But I knew what I'd seen wasn't a trick of the light or a settling house, and from the look on Matt's face, he knew it too. I didn't go back for my sandal. Matt's dad offered to get it for me, but there was no way I was letting him go down there alone. I told him I'd come back for it another time. I never did. My mum was so mad about that. I called my mum to pick me up early, making up some excuse about Matt not feeling well. The whole ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd seen. It wasn't just that we'd seen something unexplainable, it was the feeling that came with it. This deep, gut-level certainty that whatever was in that pantry wasn't just some random phenomenon. It felt aware, like it knew we were trying to contact it, and it had responded. I called Matt later that night to talk about what happened, but he was really quiet on the phone. He kept saying his dad was nearby and he couldn't talk about it. I could tell he was scared, way more scared than I was. After all, I got to go home to my normal, non-haunted house. He had to sleep there. Over the next few weeks, Matt started coming over to my house even more often. He'd stay as late as his parents would allow, always making excuses about why he needed to sleep over. Sometimes he'd tell me about other things happening in his house. Objects moving, strange sounds at night, the feeling of being watched. About 2 months after the incident, Matt's family suddenly moved out of that basement apartment. His dad finally admitted that strange things had been happening that he couldn't explain. Apparently, he'd finally seen something himself, though Matt never told me exactly what his dad saw. All I know is that it was bad enough to make them break their lease and move across town. The weird thing is, after they moved, Matt changed. It was subtle at first. He was quieter, more withdrawn. He stopped wanting to play horror games or watch scary movies. Then he started hanging out with a different crowd at school. Within 6 months, we barely talked anymore. The last time I really spoke to him was at graduation 3 years later. I brought up that day, asking if he ever thought about what we saw. He got this strange look on his face and said, "I try not to think about it. Some things are better left alone." I still think about it, though. I think about it a lot. What was that thing in the pantry? Why was it there? Was it tied to the house somehow, or to Matt's family? I've researched ghost phenomena over the years, trying to find something similar to what we experienced, but nothing quite matches up. Sometimes I drive by that old house, wondering if the new tenants have seen anything. I've never had the courage to stop and ask. Part of me doesn't want to know. All I know for sure is that what we saw that day was real. It wasn't a trick of light. It wasn't our imagination, and it wasn't some elaborate prank. There was something in that pantry, something that shouldn't have been possible. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I find myself glancing nervously at the dark corners of my own home, wondering if whatever was in that pantry is still out there somewhere, wondering if someday I might see that bright white shape dart past my own windows, and wondering what I'd do if I did. Story 2: I never believed in ghosts. That's what I always told myself, even though deep down I knew different. Growing up with a great-grandmother who was a medium meant I heard all the stories, but I tried to rationalize everything away. Then I took that night shift job at the TA Travel Center off I-40 in New Mexico 2 years ago, and now I don't know what to believe anymore. Let me introduce myself. I'm Darren. 27 years old, living in this tiny town where everyone knows everyone, working the graveyard shift as a prep cook. Not glamorous, but it pays the bills. The travel center is one of those big truck stops with a full restaurant, showers for drivers, the whole deal. It's busy during the day, but at night, it gets real quiet except for the occasional long-haul driver stumbling in for coffee. I should mention that I'm not completely new to weird stuff. As a kid, up until I was about 15, I used to see these shadow figures. They'd just be there in my peripheral vision or standing in the corner of my room at night. My great-grandmother said I had the gift like her, but I always chalked it up to an overactive imagination. After my teens, that stuff stopped, and I was honestly relieved, until 3 months ago. It was a Tuesday night, well, technically Wednesday morning, around 3 a.m. The restaurant was empty, except for a couple of drivers nursing coffee at the counter. I was in the back kitchen, chopping onions for the morning breakfast rush. The kitchen is pretty big for a truck stop, with stainless steel counters, industrial stoves, and those fluorescent lights that make everything look harsh and clinical. I was just minding my business, eyes stinging a bit from the onions, when I felt something different. The air changed. It's hard to describe, but it was like when you walk from a heated room into a cold one, that sudden shift. I glanced up from my cutting board, and that's when I saw it. A figure just walking past the doorway to my left, not rushing, just casually strolling by. "Hey," I called out, thinking it was Miguel, the dishwasher. No answer. I put down my knife and walked to the doorway, looked left, looked right. Nothing. The hallway was empty, but I was sure I'd seen someone walk by and stop in the corner. I even remember registering that they were wearing something dark, That's when I felt it. This ice-cold sensation right at the base of my spine. Not like a draft or a chill, but like someone had pressed an ice cube right against my vertebrae. I immediately recognized that feeling from my childhood. It was the same exact sensation I'd get when those shadow figures would appear. I didn't freak out, not then. I just went back to my onions, chopping faster than before, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Just tired eyes playing tricks after a long shift. The next night, I was on break with Louisa, one of the waitresses. We were sitting in the employee area, and I casually mentioned what I'd seen. "You saw him too?" she asked, putting down her phone. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, him?" She leaned forward. "The shadow guy. A bunch of us have seen him, especially on night shift. You'll be doing something and you see someone walk by in your peripheral vision, but when you turn to look, nothing." I asked around after that. 3 or 4 other employees had experienced the exact same thing. Always the same pattern. A dark figure glimpsed from the corner of your eye, always walking by, never facing you directly. And always, when you turned to look, nobody there. Miguel, the dishwasher, said he'd been seeing it for years but never mentioned it because he didn't want people thinking he was crazy. Tina from the gift shop said she thought it was just another employee until she realized it happened even when she was closing up alone. That was just the beginning. A big part of my job is making soups and chilies for the next day. We're talking 5-gallon batches, huge pots of the stuff. I'd prep all the ingredients, get everything simmering on the burners, and then move on to other tasks while it cooked. About a week after that first sighting, I had 3 pots going at once: beef stew, chicken noodle, and chili. I turned away to prep some desserts for the display case, working for maybe 10 minutes. When I went back to stir the pots, all 3 burners were off, completely off. I stood there, staring at the control knobs. I absolutely knew I hadn't turned them off. The soup was still hot, but it had definitely stopped cooking. I checked the knobs, thinking maybe they were faulty, but they were solid. You had to deliberately turn them to shut off the gas. I turned them back on and got back to work, trying to brush it off. Maybe I had turned them off automatically without thinking. Muscle memory or something. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after. Sometimes all the burners, sometimes just 1 or 2. Never when I was watching, always when my back was turned. And each time, right as I'd discover the burners off, I'd feel that ice-cold sensation on my spine. After the 5th or 6th time, I knew it wasn't me. I even started marking the knob positions with a small piece of tape, just to be sure. Didn't matter. They'd still be turned off when I wasn't looking. I mentioned it to my manager, thinking maybe there was a gas pressure issue or something technical. He just shrugged and said, "Building's old, man. Weird stuff happens." But I knew it wasn't just weird stuff, especially since it always came with that cold spine feeling. That was the calling card. The really freaky part is that I wasn't scared exactly. It felt mischievous, not threatening, like someone playing a prank. It was annoying, sure. I'd have to restart the cooking process, which messed with my timing, but it never felt malicious, until what happened with Eddie. Eddie was the line cook who worked the same shift as me. Stocky guy, former military, not someone who scares easily. One night, this was maybe a month after the burner incident started becoming regular, Eddie needed to grab some frozen patties from the freezer. Our setup is a little unusual. We have a walk-in refrigerator, and inside that refrigerator is another door that leads to the freezer section. The light switch for the freezer is actually located in the main walk-in area, not inside the freezer itself. Poor design. But that's what we've got. I was prepping salads when Eddie went into the walk-in. A couple minutes later, the door flew open, and Eddie came storming out. His face was flushed, eyes wide, looking like he was ready to throw punches. "What the hell, man?" he shouted, coming right at me. "You think that's funny?" I backed up, completely confused. "What are you talking about?" In the freezer, turning off the lights while I'm in there, and then laughing about it. I put my hands up. Eddie, I swear, I've been right here the whole time. I didn't go anywhere near the walk-in. Bullshit! I heard you laughing right after the lights went out. I could see he was genuinely angry and scared, though he wouldn't admit it. Eddie, listen to me. I've been standing right here. Ask Louisa if I moved. Louisa was at the pass, arranging plates, and she nodded in confirmation. Then who was it? Eddie demanded, still breathing hard. Someone turned off the lights while I was in the freezer, and I heard a man laughing right outside the freezer door. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the open refrigerator. What kind of laugh? Eddie's anger seemed to fade a bit, replaced by confusion. Like, I don't know, like someone playing a joke. Not mean, just amused. And you're sure it was a man? Yeah, definitely a man. Deep voice. I looked at Louisa. She looked at me. We both knew no one else had gone into the walk-in. Eddie must have read our expressions because the color drained from his face. You're telling me no one went in there? No one at all? I shook my head. Just you, man. He stood there for a long moment, then muttered, I need a smoke, and walked out the back door. When he came back 15 minutes later, he refused to talk about it, wouldn't even acknowledge it had happened. But he never went into the freezer alone after that. Always made sure someone was with him or asked someone else to grab stuff. That incident changed things. What had seemed like harmless pranks suddenly felt more sinister. If this, whatever it was, could manipulate lights and laugh at people's fear, what else could it do? I started noticing other small things after that. Tools moved from where I'd left them, the radio station changing when no one was near it. Cold spots that would appear and disappear in different parts of the kitchen. Nothing dangerous, but definitely unsettling. One night I was alone in the kitchen. It was around 4 in the morning, that dead time when even the truckers are asleep, and I just started talking out loud. I felt stupid, but I had to try something. Look, I said to the empty room. I don't know who or what you are, but we've got jobs to do here. The burner thing is getting old. If you want to hang out, fine, but stop messing with our equipment. I felt ridiculous, right up until I felt that familiar cold spot, this time moving across my shoulders like a cold finger tracing my collar line. The sensation was so distinct, so deliberate, that I jumped and spun around. Nothing there, of course, but the message felt clear. I see you, I hear you, and I'll do what I want. That's how it's been for the last 3 months. The sightings, the burners, the occasional laughter that seems to come from empty rooms. Some nights are quiet, others it's non-stop pranks. The newer employees think the place has electrical problems. The veterans know better, but don't talk about it much. I've done some research on the truck stop's history, wondering if someone died here or something. All I could find was that it was built in the late 70s on what used to be empty desert land. No dramatic deaths, no Indian burial grounds, nothing that would explain a haunting. But here's the thing, I don't think it's a ghost in the traditional sense. At least not one tied to tragedy. This feels more like, I don't know, a trickster spirit? Something that was already here and just enjoys messing with people. Maybe it was here long before the truck stop, when this was just empty land under big New Mexico skies. Last week, I brought in a small digital recorder, thinking maybe I could catch the laughter Eddie heard. I set it up near the walk-in and let it run during my shift. When I listened to it the next day, there was nothing unusual for the first few hours, just kitchen sounds, the occasional conversation. Then, around 3:15 a.m., when I know the kitchen was empty because we were all on break, there's this sound. Not laughter, but humming. A man, humming a tune I didn't recognize. It goes on for about 30 seconds, then stops. Then there's a sound like someone tapping on the recorder itself. 3 distinct taps, and the recording goes silent. Not like it was turned off, but like something drained the battery instantly. I still have the recording, but I haven't shown it to anyone. I'm not sure I want to validate this thing's existence to my co-workers. Some of them are already spooked enough. So that's where I am now, still working nights at a haunted truck stop in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico, sharing my space with something that seems to find us all very entertaining. I don't know if it's dangerous or just bored. I don't know if it was here before us or came with someone. I just know that every time I feel that cold spot on my spine, I'll be turning around to find my burners off, or my tools moved, or, God forbid, the lights going out when I'm alone in a walk-in freezer. And sometimes, late at night when the kitchen is quiet except for the hum of the refrigerators, I swear I can hear someone humming that same unrecognizable tune, just at the edge of my hearing, waiting for me to acknowledge it, waiting for me to play along. Story 3: I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day at San Miguel Catholic School. It's been 15 years, but the memories are as fresh as if it happened yesterday. I was just a fourth-grade kid who had transferred there a few months earlier. My family had moved from Manila to this small town in Batangas province because my dad got a better job at the local bank. The school seemed normal enough when I first arrived. It wasn't fancy like my old school in the city, but it had this charm to it. A big campus with separate buildings for elementary and high school students, connected by this open canteen area where we'd all gather during lunch. There was this massive acacia tree right in the middle that provided shade for everyone. The church was right next to the main gate, and we'd have mass there every first Friday of the month. That day started like any other Tuesday. It was late October, around 9 in the morning. Ms. Reyes was teaching us math, and I remember struggling with fractions when someone knocked on our classroom door. Ms. Reyes opened it, and I saw Mrs. Dizon, the fifth-grade teacher, whispering something urgently to her. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I noticed Ms. Reyes's face change. She went from smiling to looking like she'd seen a ghost. When Mrs. Dizon left, Ms. Reyes turned to face us, and I immediately knew something was wrong. Her hands were shaking slightly as she gripped her attendance book. "Children," she said in this eerily calm voice that didn't match her expression at all, "I need you to quietly pack your things, put everything in your bags. Don't leave anything behind." We all looked at each other, confused. Was there a fire drill? But there was no alarm. "Teacher, what's happening?" Anna, who sat in front of me, asked. "Just do as I say," Miss Reyes replied, her voice now stern. "And please, do not make any noise. Be as quiet as possible." That's when I got really scared. Teachers don't tell you to be quiet like that unless something serious is happening. We all started packing our things, trying not to make the chairs scrape against the floor. The room was filled with this thick tension that even us kids could feel. Once we were all packed, Miss Reyes told us to line up at the door. "When we leave this room, I want absolute silence. Hold hands with your partner and follow me closely. Do not stop for anything. Do not look around. Just keep walking toward the main gate." My partner was Paolo, who was usually the class clown, but even he looked scared now. His palm was sweaty against mine as we lined up. As Ms. Reyes opened the door, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The hallway was completely silent. Usually you could hear the other classes, teachers' voices, someone laughing or dropping something, but there was nothing. Just this heavy, suffocating silence. We walked down the corridor, our footsteps echoing despite our attempts to be quiet. Through the windows, I could see other classes being led out in the same manner. Lines of confused-looking kids walking in perfect silence, teachers with grim faces. The weirdest part was that nobody was telling us what was happening. Not a single adult explained anything. They just kept rushing us along, and that made it scarier. As we neared the canteen area that separated the elementary building from the high school section, Ms. Reyes suddenly stopped. She turned to us and whispered, "Close your eyes now. Keep them closed until I tell you to open them." Of course, telling a bunch of fourth graders to close their eyes only made us more curious. I kept mine half open, peering through my lashes. What I saw next has haunted me for years. There, in the open area near the canteen, were about 12 to 15 high school students on the ground. Some were just lying there, completely still, like they'd fainted. Others were thrashing around violently. One girl, I think she was a junior, was screaming in this voice that didn't sound like her own at all. It was deeper, raspier, almost like an old person's voice coming from a teenager's body. "Binuksan ninyo ang aming tahanan," she screamed in Tagalog. "You opened our home." Then she started laughing, this horrible laugh that made my skin crawl. 3 male teachers were trying to hold down a boy who was digging his nails into his own face, drawing blood. Another girl was banging her head against the concrete, and a teacher was desperately trying to cushion the blows with her own hands. I squeezed my eyes shut after that. I didn't want to see any more. Paulo's grip on my hand tightened so much it hurt, so I knew he'd seen it too. Reyes hurried us past the scene, but we could still hear the screams and the teachers shouting instructions to each other. "Get Father Ramos!" someone yelled. "Call their parents!" When we reached the main gate, I saw Father Ramos, the parish priest who also taught religion to the older kids, standing there with a small bucket and what looked like a palm branch. As each student passed through the gate, he dipped the branch in the water and sprinkled it on us, mumbling prayers in Latin. The cold droplets hit my face as I walked past him, and I noticed his expression was deadly serious, not like the friendly smile he usually wore during Sunday Mass. Outside, parents were already gathering, looking panicked and confused. My mum wasn't there yet. She worked at a clinic 20 minutes away, so I stood with the other kids whose parents hadn't arrived. That's when I overheard 2 teachers talking in hushed voices. "It started in the chemistry lab," one said. Marissa suddenly fell off her chair and started convulsing. Then Raphael began screaming about seeing someone standing in the corner of the room. Before Mr. Santos could even call the nurse, 5 more students collapsed. "Do you think it's true?" the other teacher asked. "About the construction site?" The first teacher nodded grimly. The principal already called the bishop. "This is beyond what we can handle." I didn't understand what they meant then, but I was about to find out. School was suspended for the rest of the day, and when my mom finally picked me up, I tried to tell her what I'd seen. She looked concerned but tried to downplay it, saying maybe it was just mass hysteria or food poisoning from the canteen. But I knew what I saw wasn't normal. Those students weren't just sick, something was terribly wrong with them. That evening, we got a call from the school announcing that classes would be suspended for the rest of the week. They cited campus maintenance issues as the reason, but nobody believed that. The next day, my dad came home from work looking troubled. He was friends with Mr. Villanueva, our elementary school principal, and they'd met for coffee that morning. Over dinner, he told us what really happened. "The school's been keeping this quiet," he said in a low voice, as if someone might be listening. "But they've been doing construction to expand the high school building. Yesterday morning, the workers dug up human bones." My mum gasped. "What do you mean?" "Like a grave. Worse," my dad replied. Mr. Villanueva said that before the school was built 40 years ago, that land was a cemetery. The original developers were supposed to relocate all the remains, but apparently they didn't do a thorough job. The high school section was built right on top of it. I remembered the acacia tree in the middle of the campus, how old and massive it was, how its roots probably went deep into the ground, into the graves. "But what happened to those students?" I asked. My dad looked at me for a long moment, like he was deciding how much to tell me. Mr. Villanueva said one of the senior students became possessed. She started speaking in a different voice, claiming to be the spirit of someone whose bones were disturbed. She demanded offerings and threatened to curse all the children in the school if they didn't comply. "What kind of offerings?" my mom asked, her voice shaking slightly. "Strange things, a cooked chicken without salt, 7 white candles, red flowers, and they had to be placed near the acacia tree at midnight." I felt sick to my stomach. That tree where we ate our lunches, where we played games during recess, it was standing over dead people all this time. Did they do it? I whispered. My dad nodded slowly. Last night, Father Ramos performed some kind of ritual. Mr. Villanueva was there, along with the high school principal and a few teachers. They brought everything the spirit asked for. And did it work? My mom asked. All the affected students recovered this morning. No one remembers anything. The school is bringing in some experts from the diocese to bless the entire campus before we return next week. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about those high school kids, their bodies being used by something that wasn't them. The girl screaming in that horrible voice, the boy clawing at his own face. When school reopened the following Monday, everything seemed normal on the surface. The construction area was completely covered with blue tarps, and we were strictly forbidden from going anywhere near it. There were white chalk marks on the ground around the acacia tree, and no one was allowed to sit under it anymore. The incident was never officially explained to us students. The official story became that there was a gas leak from the chemistry lab that caused some students to hallucinate, but we all knew better. The high schoolers who had been affected never talked about what happened, or maybe they really didn't remember, but I remember. I remember everything, and to this day, whenever I drive past that school, I still see that massive acacia tree standing in the middle of the campus, still thriving, still feeding on whatever lies beneath. Story 4. I still can't explain what happened to me that day. It's been 15 years, and I've tried to make sense of it countless times, but words just fail me. I've never shared this with anyone but my therapist, who probably thinks I hallucinated the whole thing, but I know what I experienced was real. It changed everything. I was 12 years old, living in Lowell with my mum and dad. Our apartment was small, cramped, and always smelled like cigarettes and cheap beer. My dad worked at the factory when he wasn't drinking, and when he was drinking, well, that's when the trouble started. He had these episodes where he'd just snap over nothing, a dish left in the sink, the TV being too loud, me existing in his space. I learned to be invisible, to predict his moods, to stay out of the way. My bedroom was my sanctuary, just a twin bed, a desk, and a small window that faced the brick wall of the next building. I spent most of my time there drawing. Not happy stuff either. I was obsessed with death back then. I'd fill notebook after notebook with images of dead people, graves, corpses, always in black, white, and red. Just 3 colors. I don't know why, but it felt right. It was the only way I could express the rage building inside me. I used to fantasize about hurting my dad. I'd lie in bed at night, listening to him yell at my mom, and imagine different scenarios where I'd make him stop permanently. I had this recurring daydream where I'd take his fishing knife while he was passed out and, well, you get the idea. I was a deeply troubled kid with darkness growing inside me. That day in February started like any other. It was a Saturday, cold and grey. Dad had been on a bender the night before, so I knew to stay in my room. I was sitting at my desk, working on another one of my drawings. This one of a man with his throat cut open, blood spilling down. I remember being frustrated because I couldn't get the blood to look right. I put down my red pencil and reached for the black one to add some shadows. But something strange happened when I started drawing again. Instead of continuing with the dead man, my hand seemed to move on its own. I started sketching the outline of a flower, not a dead, wilted one, but something vibrant and alive. I remember staring at my hand, confused, as it picked up colors I rarely used, yellows, purples, blues. That's when I noticed the light. At first, I thought it was a car outside, headlights somehow reflecting into my room despite the brick wall outside my window. But this light didn't move or fade. It just hovered in the middle of my room, about 4 feet off the ground. It was perfectly round, like a spotlight, but there was no source. It wasn't harsh or blinding, more like concentrated moonlight, if that makes any sense. I wasn't scared at first, just confused. I remember looking around for where it could be coming from, even checking under my bed like an idiot. When I looked back up, the light had gotten bigger, maybe 2 feet in diameter. Then I heard it, not with my ears, but inside my head, a voice. But not really a voice, more like thoughts that weren't mine, forming words in my brain. May I come in? Just that, simple and direct. No name, no explanation of what in meant. I remember sitting there, pencil still in hand, frozen. The weird thing was, I didn't feel threatened. There was something calming about the presence. "What are you?" I asked out loud, feeling stupid talking to a ball of light. "That is difficult to explain in your language. But I mean no harm. May I come in?" I didn't know what coming in meant, but I felt no danger, just curiosity. "Okay," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The moment I gave permission, the light expanded rapidly, filling the entire room, enveloping me completely. And then, how do I describe what happened next? It was like being submerged in pure, liquid love. Not the kind of love I understood as a kid, not like my mum's tired affection or the conditional approval from teachers when I behaved. This was something else entirely. Absolute, unconditional, overwhelming love that penetrated every cell in my body. I felt tears streaming down my face, but I wasn't sad. I was experiencing something I had never felt before. Complete acceptance and understanding. Like someone had reached inside me, seen all the darkness, the rage, the violent thoughts, and instead of judging me, embraced every bit of it with compassion. "Are you an angel?" I remember asking, my thoughts seeming to float out into the light. "No. Not as you understand angels." "Are you God?" "No. Not as you understand God." I was confused. "Then what are you?" The response came not in words, but in a series of impressions, images and feelings that flooded my mind. I saw vast, incomprehensible stretches of time, stars being born and dying, galaxies forming. I understood somehow that this being had existed before time as humans conceive it, before the universe as we know it. It was ancient beyond comprehension, and yet present and immediate. "Why me?" I asked. "Why are you here?" "You were calling out, not with your voice, but with your soul." I thought about my drawings, the darkness I'd been cultivating, the hatred growing inside me. "Am I going to hurt someone?" I asked, terrified of the answer. The light seemed to pulse gently. That path was becoming likely, but paths can be changed. I started asking questions then, big ones that had been churning inside me for years. Why did my dad hurt us? Why did people suffer? What was the point of existing if life was just pain? The being answered, and I remember feeling like I understood everything in those moments. The universe made sense, suffering made sense, even my own dark impulses made sense. But later, when I tried to recall the specific answers, they slipped away like a dream upon waking. I was left with impressions rather than explanations. While we communicated, something else happened. I began seeing places, actual locations around the world. A marketplace somewhere in what looked like the Middle East, people bustling about. A rainforest with creatures I'd never seen before. An old woman sitting alone in what seemed like a Russian apartment. A young couple arguing on a beach at sunset. "What is this?" I asked. "Glimpses of now," came the response, all existing simultaneously. I watched, fascinated, as these scenes flickered through my mind. It was like having multiple windows open into different parts of the world, all happening in real time. After what seemed like hours, but might have been minutes, I felt the presence beginning to recede. "You are leaving," I asked, suddenly afraid to be alone again, to return to my anger and darkness. "Yes. But before I go, you must make me a promise." "What promise?" "Promise me you will not take your own life." The request confused me. I was 12. Suicide wasn't something I'd considered. My dark thoughts had been about hurting others, not myself. Why would I do that? I asked. In years to come, you will face moments of despair. Remember this promise. Something about the way this was communicated made me take it seriously. I promise, I said. One more thing, the presence continued. Do not waste your energy trying to understand what I am, or seeking to find me again. What happened today was necessary, but pursuit of this knowledge will only lead to frustration. I agreed, though even then I suspected I might break that second promise someday. The light began to contract, pulling away from the corners of the room, condensing back into the small spotlight it had been initially. Wait, I called out. Will I ever see you again? There was a pause and then, you already have, many times. You just didn't recognize me. Before I could ask what that meant, the light vanished, not gradually, but instantly. There 1 second, gone the next. My room looked exactly the same as before, except for the drawing on my desk, a vibrant, detailed flower that looked more real than anything I'd ever drawn. The immediate aftermath was strange. The rage that had been my constant companion was just gone, not suppressed or hidden, but absent, like it had been a tumor that was surgically removed. I felt clean inside for the first time I could remember. My father came home drunk that night, broke a plate, and started yelling. But instead of hiding or fantasizing about revenge, I felt something new, pity. I saw him clearly for what he was, a damaged, suffering person inflicting his pain on others. It didn't make his behavior okay, but it changed how I responded to it. The days after were surreal. I stopped drawing dead things, started paying attention in school, helped my mom more, small changes, but they felt monumental to me. I never told anyone about what happened. How could I? Who would believe me? Years passed. My dad eventually left when I was 15. Mom and I struggled financially, but were happier without him. I graduated high school, got a job, started community college. Then, when I was 19, everything fell apart. Mom was diagnosed with aggressive cancer. She died 3 months later. I spiraled into depression, dropped out of college, lost my job. One night, I found myself sitting in my car in a closed garage with the engine running. That's when I remembered the promise. The memory of that day came flooding back. The light, the overwhelming love, the promise I'd made. I turned off the car, opened the garage door, and called a crisis hotline. That was 8 years ago. Life hasn't been perfect since then, far from it. But that experience, whatever it was, gave me a reference point for something beyond the everyday struggle. It showed me a glimpse of something greater than myself, something ancient and enduring. I did break the second promise, though. I've spent countless hours researching near-death experiences, religious visions, alien encounters, trying to find something that matches what happened to me. Nothing quite fits. Scientists would say it was a hallucination. Religious folks might call it an angel, despite what the being told me. Skeptics would say I made it all up or misremembered a dream. But I know what I experienced. It was real. That ancient light changed me fundamentally, saved me from becoming something terrible, and later saved me from ending my own life. Sometimes, when I'm watching a sunset, or sitting alone in a quiet room, I feel a faint echo of that presence. A reminder that there's something more to existence than what we can see or understand. I don't have answers, and I've come to accept that I might never fully comprehend what happened in that small bedroom in Lowell all those years ago. All I know is that something ancient and impossibly loving reached out to a troubled boy and changed the course of his life, and for that I remain eternally grateful. Story 5. I've debated posting this for years, but I need to share what happened on my grandmother's farm in County Clare. Everyone in my family knows this story, and maybe others have experienced something similar. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything, just telling you what happened. My Nana's farm was this beautiful stretch of land that had been in our family for generations. Rolling green hills, sturdy stone walls, and a small herd of dairy cows that were practically pets to her. She also had this guard donkey named Finnegan, who was more effective than any dog at keeping foxes away from the calves. I was too young to remember this firsthand, but the story has been told so many times at family gatherings that it feels like my own memory. According to my mum, there was this perfect circle of mushrooms in one of the back pastures, what my Nana called a fairy circle. It was about 12 feet across with mushrooms growing in this eerily perfect ring. The grass inside was always a slightly different shade of green than the surrounding field. My Nana was old-school Irish in the best way. She took the old tradition seriously, leaving out a bit of milk on certain nights, never cutting down a hawthorn tree, and absolutely never ever disturbing a fairy circle. She mowed around it carefully, never let the cows graze directly on it, and generally treated it with this quiet respect that didn't need explanation. Things changed when she married my step-grandfather when I was about 8 months old. Martin was from Dublin, more city than country, and had zero patience for what he called countryside nonsense. He was decent enough, but he and Nana clashed constantly over the old ways. The fairy circle became their biggest point of contention. Martin thought it was ridiculous to mow around it, saying she was wasting time and making the field look patchy. Nana wouldn't budge. I've heard recordings of their arguments from family videos, and you could hear the genuine fear in her voice when she'd say, "You don't meddle with such things, Martin. This land doesn't belong just to us." He'd laugh it off, calling it medieval thinking, and insisting she was being foolish. But she held firm for months. Then came that spring week when Nana went to visit her sister in Galway. She rarely left the farm, but her sister had broken her hip and needed help. Martin saw his opportunity. Without telling anyone his plans, he took the tractor out to the back field and deliberately plowed right through the fairy circle. Not just mowed over it, he dug it up completely, then sprayed the area with some kind of weed killer to make sure nothing would grow back. My Uncle Tom, who worked part-time on the farm, came by that afternoon and found Martin looking smug, the fairy circle completely destroyed. "That'll be the end of that nonsense," Martin reportedly said. When Nana came home 3 days later and discovered what he'd done, she went white as a sheet. She didn't yell or scream like everyone expected. She just went very quiet, walked back to the house, and locked herself in their bedroom for the rest of the day. Martin slept on the sofa that night, and the tension in the house was unbearable, according to my mum. For about 2 weeks, nothing happened. Martin was insufferably pleased with himself, making comments about how the fairies must be on holiday when nothing bad occurred. Nana had stopped speaking about it entirely, but had taken to crossing herself whenever she passed that field. Then came what my family now calls Black Tuesday. Nana had 14 pregnant cows that spring, all due to calve within a few weeks of each other. She'd bred them carefully, paid for the best bull, and done everything right. She'd been raising cattle for 40 years, and rarely lost more than one calf in a season, if that. That Tuesday morning, my Uncle Tom arrived to help with the morning milking and found Nana in the barn, sitting on a milking stool, staring blankly at the wall. All around her were the cows, every single one of them having miscarried overnight. 14 dead calves, all perfectly formed but born weeks too early. Not one survived. The vet who came out was baffled. There was no disease, no contamination in the feed, nothing to explain why every single cow would abort on the same night. He'd never seen anything like it in 30 years of large animal practice. The cows themselves seemed healthy, just distressed. But the most disturbing part, according to my uncle, was that they found all 14 calves arranged in a perfect circle in the field, the exact spot where the fairy circle had been. each tiny body positioned with their heads pointing inward, forming a wheel pattern that couldn't possibly have happened naturally. Martin found reasons to stay in town most days after that. He claimed it was a bizarre coincidence, or that someone was playing a cruel prank, but he stopped mocking Nana's beliefs. This is where I enter the story directly. About a week after the incident with the calves, my mum brought me to visit Nana. I was only 1 year old at the time. Mum thought the visit might cheer Nana up, since she was devastated by the loss of her calves. The morning after we arrived, my mum found me in my crib covered in spots. I had somehow contracted chickenpox, extremely unusual for a baby under 1 year old. There hadn't been any cases reported locally, and no one I'd been in contact with was sick. The doctor who examined me was surprised, saying it was the youngest case he'd seen, and that babies that young almost never get chickenpox due to maternal antibodies. I wasn't dangerously ill, but the timing was undeniably strange. My mum says that Nana just nodded sadly when she saw my spots, as if she'd been expecting something to happen. It could have been worse, was all she said. They're just reminding us. After that, Nana started leaving small offerings in the field where the fairy circle had been. Nothing elaborate, just a small cake on a clean cloth or a little dish of barley water. Martin never said a word about it, though I know he saw her doing it. The tension between them never fully disappeared, but they reached a sort of truce. He stopped interfering with her old ways, and she never directly blamed him for what happened, at least not out loud. I grew up visiting that farm several times a year, and even as a child, I knew there was something different about that particular field. The grass grew differently there, lusher, greener, but somehow less inviting. The cows would graze everywhere else first, only moving to that section when they had no choice. Finnegan the donkey flat out refused to enter that part of the pasture, braying and pulling back if you tried to lead him there. As I got older, I started noticing other things. That field was always colder than the rest of the farm, even on the hottest summer days. You'd walk from one section to another and feel the temperature drop suddenly, like walking into a refrigerated room. At night, lights sometimes appeared there, not bright enough to be flashlights, more like the glow of cigarettes but bluish white and moving in circular patterns. Everyone saw them, but no one talked about them much. When I was about 15, I was helping Nana bring the cows in one evening when I noticed something odd in that field. The grass was moving in a perfect circle, like something invisible was walking through it, flattening a path. There wasn't any wind that day. Everything else was completely still. I pointed it out to Nana, who just nodded and hurried me along, muttering something about being inside by dark. That night, I made the mistake of looking out my bedroom window around midnight. The field was visible from there, bathed in moonlight. What I saw still makes me uncomfortable to think about. The entire field seemed to be moving, the grass rippling like water, and there were shapes. I can't describe them properly because they weren't quite solid, more like heat mirages, but moving with purpose. They were dancing, I think, in a perfect circle where the fairy ring had once been. I watched for maybe 5 minutes before one of the shapes stopped and seemed to look directly at my window. I felt this immediate, overwhelming sense of being seen, not just observed, but deeply known, like whatever it was could see straight through to my thoughts. I dropped the curtain and didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I asked Nana about what I'd seen. She was collecting eggs in the hen house, and she paused for a long time before answering. "They've always been here," she said finally. "Long before us. And they'll be here long after. We live alongside them, not above them. Your grandfather forgot that." "Are they dangerous?" I asked. "Not if respected," she said, then added, "but they don't forget and they don't forgive easily. We're lucky they only took the calves. Martin died of a stroke 5 years later. It was sudden. He was only 62 and had been in perfect health. The strange thing was, where they found him. In the middle of that field, at 3 in the morning, with no explanation for why he'd gone out there in his pajamas on a freezing February night. Nana lived another 15 years. She never remarried, just kept running the farm with help from my uncles. She continued leaving her little offerings in the field until she was too frail to walk out there. Then she'd ask me to do it for her, giving me strict instructions about placing things just so, and always saying a small thank you before walking away. After she passed, I inherited the farm. I've modernized most of it, but that field remains untouched. No machinery goes in there, no chemicals, nothing. The funny thing is, about 3 years ago, a new fairy circle appeared, perfectly round, with mushrooms that seemingly sprouted overnight. It's not in exactly the same spot as the original, but close. I leave the offerings now, just as Nana taught me. Some might call it superstition, but I've seen enough to know better. The lights still appear at night, and sometimes, if you're very quiet and sit by the edge of the field at dusk, you can hear something like distant music and laughter. Maybe it's all coincidence. The calves, my chicken pox, Martin's strange death, maybe there's a rational explanation for all of it. But I won't be the one to test that theory. Some traditions exist for a reason, and some boundaries shouldn't be crossed. I still won't go into that field after dark. Not for anything. Story 6. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened that morning. It's been 15 years, but I still wake up sometimes hearing that sound in my head. I guess writing it down might help me process it, even though I doubt anyone will believe me. I didn't believe in monsters before that day, but now I'm not so sure anymore. It was early June, just after my 13th birthday. We lived about 10 miles outside of Benton, Oregon, in this secluded house surrounded by dense forest. My parents had moved us there when I was 9, wanting to escape city life. Our closest neighbor was half a mile down the road, and we had about 3 acres of land. That morning started like any other summer day. I was sleeping in my room on the 2nd floor when Charlie, our border collie, started barking like crazy at around 5 in the morning. Now, Charlie wasn't normally a barker. He was this sweet, gentle dog who usually just whined when he needed something. So when he started going absolutely ballistic, it woke everyone up instantly. My dad shouted, "What the hell is going on?" And I heard my parents' bedroom door slam open. My older brother Jake, he was 17 then, was already in the hallway when I stumbled out of my room, rubbing my eyes. Everyone was rushing downstairs, following Charlie's frantic barking coming from the front porch. When we got outside, Charlie was at the edge of our yard, hackles raised, barking at something up near the top of our gravel driveway. My dad flipped on the porch light, and in the dim glow, we all saw what looked like a bobcat or maybe a small mountain lion darting across the driveway before disappearing into the trees across the road. "Just a bobcat," my dad said, relief clear in his voice. "Come on, Charlie, leave it alone." Charlie wouldn't stop barking, though, even as my dad tried to call him back. My mom was already heading inside, complaining about being woken up so early. Jake yawned and said something about going back to bed, and my little sister Sarah didn't even make it outside. She'd fallen asleep on the couch in the living room. But something felt off. I can't explain it properly, but it was like the air had changed. I stayed on the porch while everyone else went inside. The sun wasn't fully up yet, but the sky was getting lighter by the minute. Charlie had finally stopped barking, but he was still standing at the edge of our yard, staring into the trees across the road, his body tense. The weird thing was how quiet it had suddenly become. Oregon mornings are usually full of sounds, birds, insects, the wind in the trees. But that morning there was nothing, just this heavy silence that felt like it was pressing down on me. I remember checking my watch. It was 5:23 in the morning. Charlie had finally relaxed a bit and was sniffing around the yard, though he kept looking back at the trees. I was about to go inside when I heard it. A gasp, but not a normal gasp. It was this sharp, raspy sound, like someone trying to breathe with glass in their throat. It was so loud and so sudden that I actually jumped. I looked at Charlie, who had frozen completely, his ears perked up and his body rigid. Then it came again, this choking, gasping sound. It wasn't an animal noise, at least not any animal I'd ever heard before, and it wasn't human either. It was somewhere in between, and it was coming from the direction of the old cabin. I should explain about the cabin. About 50 yards from our house, there was this small patch of denser trees, and inside it sat this abandoned cabin. It was tiny, maybe 10 by 12 feet, with a collapsed roof and rotting walls. The previous owners had used it as a storage shed, but by the time we moved in, it was just this decaying structure that my parents used to store garbage bags before taking them to the dump. We'd found rat nests in there before, and my parents had always warned us to stay away because the floor wasn't stable. That raspy, gasping sound came from that cabin, I'm sure of it. And what freaked me out even more was that nobody inside our house seemed to hear it. I could see my dad through the kitchen window, making coffee like nothing was happening, while this ungodly noise echoed across our yard. The third time I heard it, Charlie bolted. Not toward the cabin, but straight to the porch, where he pressed himself against my legs, whimpering. Charlie was a 40-pound border collie who would chase bears if given the chance, and here he was, trembling against me like a puppy. I crouched down to comfort him, and that's when I saw it, just for a split second. Something moved at the edge of the trees near the cabin. It wasn't a bobcat, it wasn't anything I recognized. In the growing dawn light, I caught a glimpse of something pale moving on all fours, but wrong somehow, like its limbs were too long or bent at odd angles. Then came that gasping sound again, louder this time, like it was calling out. Charlie whimpered and pressed harder against me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to call out to my dad, but I was afraid that if I made any noise, that thing would notice me. I slowly backed up toward the door, keeping my eyes fixed on the cabin and the trees around it. The gasping came once more, and this time I swear I saw movement inside the cabin itself, something shifting in the shadows of the doorway. That's when I grabbed Charlie by the collar and basically threw both of us through the front door, slamming it shut behind me. My dad looked up from the kitchen counter, surprised. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," he said. I tried to explain what I'd heard, but the words came out all jumbled. "There's something out there, Dad, by the old cabin. It's making this weird gasping noise." My dad frowned and looked out the kitchen window. "I don't hear anything, honey. Probably just an injured animal or something." "No," I insisted. "It wasn't like that. It was loud, really loud. How could you not hear it?" My dad put down his coffee mug and went to the front door, opening it and stepping onto the porch. I stayed inside, holding onto Charlie, who refused to go back out. My dad stood there for maybe a minute, then came back in, shaking his head. Nothing out there. Maybe it was just the wind in the trees playing tricks on your ears. But there hadn't been any wind that morning, not even a breeze. I tried to eat breakfast, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Charlie wouldn't leave my side, which was unusual. He typically spent mornings patrolling the yard, but that day he stayed pressed against my leg, his eyes fixed on the front door. Around noon, I worked up the courage to look out the window toward the cabin. Everything seemed normal in the daylight, but I couldn't stop thinking about that sound and what I'd glimpsed in the growing dawn light. That afternoon, while my dad was working in the garage and my mom had taken Sarah shopping, I asked Jake to come with me to check out the cabin. He complained but eventually agreed, probably just to shut me up. "There's nothing out here," Jake said as we approached the cabin, Charlie reluctantly following behind us. Just the same old rotting shed. But something was different. I noticed it immediately. The garbage bags my parents had stacked by the door, the ones waiting to be taken to the dump that weekend, had been torn open, not just one or two, but all of them. Garbage was scattered everywhere, but not like raccoons or rats had gotten into it. It looked like someone had methodically opened each bag and spread the contents around, almost like they were looking for something. Probably raccoons, Jake said dismissively. Raccoons don't do this, I argued, pointing at how deliberately the garbage seemed to have been sorted. Some items were stacked in small piles, food containers in one spot, paper in another. Jake frowned, finally seeming concerned. Okay, that is weird. We cautiously approached the cabin doorway. The door itself had fallen off years ago. The interior was dim despite the afternoon sun, the collapsed sections of roof creating strange shadows. The air smelled musty and rotten, but there was something else. A sour, acrid scent I'd never smelled before. Jake pulled out his phone and used its flashlight to illuminate the inside of the cabin. The floor was covered in debris, fallen roof tiles, rotting wood, and now garbage from the torn bags. But in one corner, something caught my eye. "What's that?" I pointed. Jake moved his light to where I was pointing. There, in the corner of the cabin, was what looked like a nest. But not a normal animal nest made of twigs and leaves. This was made of our garbage, specifically our clothes, items from our laundry that had gone missing over the past few months, things we'd assumed were just lost in the wash. T-shirts, socks, even some of my mum's scarves, all arranged in a circular pattern. "What the hell?" Jake muttered, stepping closer. That's when we noticed the scratches. The inner walls of the cabin, what remained of them, were covered in long, deep grooves, like something with claws had repeatedly scraped the wood, and they weren't old. The exposed wood looked fresh, pale against the weathered grey of the older surface. Charlie started growling, something I'd rarely heard him do. His eyes were fixed on that nest of clothes, his body tense and ready to bolt. "We should go," I said, suddenly feeling exposed. "We should tell Dad." Jake nodded, backing away slowly. "Yeah, this is..." He didn't finish his sentence because at that moment we both heard it. That same rasping, gasping sound from the morning, only now it seemed to come from right behind the cabin. It was so loud and so unexpected that both of us jumped. Charlie yelped and ran, heading straight back to the house. We didn't wait around. We ran after Charlie, not looking back, not stopping until we reached our front porch. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. Jake, always the tough one, looked genuinely scared. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered, looking back toward the cabin. "That's what I heard this morning," I said. "That's what I was trying to tell Dad about." We told our parents about the garbage and the nest of clothes when they got home, but we didn't mention the sound. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew they wouldn't believe us, or maybe because saying it out loud would make it more real. My dad went to check out the cabin and came back angry, assuming some kids from down the road had vandalized our property. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept my window shut tight, even though it was warm. Around 2 in the morning, I heard Charlie growling downstairs. I crept down to find him at the living room window, hackles raised, staring out into the darkness. I didn't dare look. The next morning, my dad found more scratch marks. This time on the outside of our house, under my bedroom window. Long, deep grooves in the wooden siding, too high up for a normal animal to reach. He blamed it on a bear, but I knew better. We moved away 3 months later. My parents said it was because my dad got a better job in Seattle. But I always suspected it had more to do with the fact that things kept happening after that night. Items would disappear from our yard. We'd hear strange noises at night. Charlie refused to go outside after dark. Years later, in college, I stumbled across an online forum where people shared stories about encounters with something they called the rake, a pale humanoid creature that moved on all fours and made distinctive gasping sounds. The descriptions matched what little I'd seen that morning. Reading those accounts, I felt a cold recognition. That's what had been in our woods, in that cabin. That's what had sorted through our garbage and made a nest of our clothes. I still can't explain why only I seemed to hear those gasping sounds that morning, or why that thing seemed drawn to our property. Sometimes I wonder if it was attracted to me specifically, if that's why it scratched at the siding beneath my window. All I know is that the sound of that raspy, choking gasp still haunts me. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I'll hear it in my head, as clear as I did that morning in Oregon, and then I'll get up and check that my windows are locked. Even though I live in a third-floor apartment in the city now, because deep down, I know what I heard, and I know it wasn't anything natural. Story 7. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up, I always rolled my eyes at those paranormal shows where people would freak out over what was clearly just a draft or a creaky floorboard. That changed after I bought my print shop 10 years ago. My name's Sean. I owned a small print shop in this tiny town that most people just drive through without stopping. You know the type. One main street, a handful of local businesses, everybody knows everybody. Our town square is lined with these beautiful old buildings from the late 1800s, and I was lucky enough to snag one for my business. The place had character, I'll give it that. 3 stories of worn brick, with those tall windows you see in old buildings. Before I moved in, it had been a family restaurant for about 20 years. Before that, I'd heard it was a doctor's office, but I didn't know much else. Wasn't much about it online except for some tax records dating back to the 1930s. I set up my main workspace on the 2nd floor. It gave me a perfect view of the square through those big windows, but it also meant I could see the staircase leading up from the 1st floor. That staircase, I should have known something was off from day one. From the moment I moved in, I felt watched, not in a threatening way, more like curious, like someone was constantly checking to see what I was doing. At first, I chalked it up to being alone in a new space, but then the shadows started. I'd be working on a design or helping a customer when movement would catch my eye. I'd look up and see what looked like a shadow walking up the stairs. Not just once or twice. We're talking multiple times a day, every single day. These shadows would always get to the top of the stairs, turn toward my office, and then nothing. They'd disappear. After a few months, I got used to it. Weird, right? How you can normalize something that should be terrifying. I'd just think, oh, there goes another one, and go back to whatever I was doing. My employees noticed it too, though no one wanted to talk about it much. We just exchanged looks when it happened. But the other stuff was harder to ignore. Printers would turn on by themselves at night. I'd come in to find stacks of paper moved from one desk to another. One time I locked up and came back the next morning to find every single cabinet door in the place standing wide open. None of that compares to what happened on October 12th, 3 years ago. It was a Tuesday, and I was staying late to finish a rush job for the local high school. They needed programs for their fall play by Thursday, and I'd promised to deliver. Around 7:30, I decided I needed coffee if I was going to make it through the night. My office was at the back of the 2nd floor, so I had to walk past the staircase to get to our little break room. As I walked by, I felt that familiar sensation, like someone was watching me. But this time it was so intense that the hair on my arms stood up. I slowed down, not sure why, and turned toward the stairs. That's when I saw him. There was a face floating just above the handrail. Not a full body, just a head and neck, like someone was standing on the stairs, with only their upper portion visible. It was an elderly man, with a completely bald, rounded head, and these prominent ears that stuck out on either side. His face wasn't scary or angry. He looked confused, absolutely bewildered, like he couldn't understand what I was doing there. Our eyes locked. I'm not exaggerating when I say we made direct eye contact for what felt like forever, but was probably just a couple of seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink, and then, when I finally did blink, he was gone. I dropped my empty coffee mug. It shattered on the hardwood floor, and I didn't even care. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just staring at the spot where I'd seen him, wondering if I was losing my mind. After I finally pulled myself together, I grabbed my stuff and left. I didn't even shut down my computer or turn off the lights, just locked the door behind me and went straight home, where I spent the entire night with every light in my house on. The next morning, I almost didn't go in, but I had that deadline, and honestly, what was I going to tell my employees? Sorry, can't come to work today because I saw a ghost. So I went back, half expecting to see the face again, but nothing happened. Just the usual shadows on the stairs. I started researching the building's history more seriously after that. Went to the local historical society, checked county records, even interviewed some older folks in town who might remember the place from way back. But I didn't find much beyond what I already knew. Restaurant before me, doctor's office before that. No records of deaths in the building, no tragic stories, nothing that would explain what I saw. Years passed. I never saw the face again, though the shadows continued, and occasionally things would move around the shop overnight. I started to doubt myself. Maybe it had been a trick of the light, or maybe I'd been more tired than I realized that night. Then the economy took a hit, and so did my business. After struggling for a year, I finally had to close up shop. I sold the building to a couple from out of town who wanted to open a quilting supply store. Signing those papers was one of the hardest things I've ever done, but at least I wouldn't have to deal with those shadows anymore. About 6 weeks after the new owners took over, I drove past and noticed they'd completely transformed the place. New paint, new signage, the works. On impulse, I decided to stop in and see what they'd done with my old haunt. Mary and Bill, the new owners, were super friendly. They gave me a tour, showing me how they'd converted my workspace into a classroom for quilting lessons and the front counter area into a fabric display. The place looked great, barely recognizable from my print shop days. We've been researching the history of the building, Mary told me excitedly as we walked around. Did you know it was built in 1896 by a doctor named James Lancaster? I shook my head. I knew it was a doctor's office, but I never found out who built it. Oh yes, Bill chimed in. Dr. Lancaster built it specifically to be his home and medical practice. And get this, his son, Gus Lancaster, took over the practice and continued working as the town doctor until the 1960s. He was apparently quite beloved in the community. That's fascinating, I said, genuinely interested. I tried to research the place when I owned it, but I couldn't find much. Mary smiled. We got lucky. We met an elderly woman at church who remembered coming here as a child to see Dr. Gus, as everyone called him. She put us in touch with the Historical Society, and they had information we couldn't find online. As we continued walking, I casually mentioned some of the odd experiences I'd had. I don't know if you've noticed anything strange yet, but the place has some quirks. They exchanged a look. Like what? Bill asked cautiously. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, but decided to go for it. Shadows on the stairs, things moving around overnight, and, well, once I saw something that I still can't explain. I told them about that night 3 years ago, the face above the railing, the confused expression, the direct eye contact. As I spoke, Mary's eyes grew wider and wider. When I finished, she grabbed Bill's arm. Show him, she whispered. Show him right now. Bill looked at me. You need to see something. Follow me. They led me to the staircase, the same one where I'd seen countless shadows and that one unforgettable face. The walls alongside the stairs, which had been bare during my ownership, were now decorated with framed photographs. These are the only photos we could find of the Lancaster family, Mary explained, pointing to the images. This one is Dr. James, the original owner. The photo showed a stern-looking man with a full beard, standing rigidly in a formal pose typical of late 19th century photography. Nothing about him seemed familiar. And this, Bill said, moving to the next frame, is his son, Dr. Gus Lancaster. The moment I saw the photo, my blood ran cold. The rounded, bald head, the prominent ears, the same eyes that had locked with mine 3 years ago. It was him, the exact face I had seen floating above the stairs, and the photo was hung precisely where I had seen the apparition appear. I must have gone pale because Mary quickly got me a chair. I sat down hard, staring at the photo, unable to look away. "You've seen him, haven't you?" she asked quietly. All I could do was nod. "The thing is," Bill said, leaning against the wall, "we hung that photo there just yesterday. There's no way you could have known what he looked like before now." We sat in silence for a moment, all three of us staring at the photo of Dr. Gus Lancaster. I finally found my voice again. Why would he still be here? And why did he look so confused? Mary shrugged. Maybe he doesn't understand why strangers are in his family home. Or maybe he's still looking after the place, checking to see who's here. I've thought about that encounter every day since, about the shadow figures I saw for years, always walking up those stairs, always turning toward my office. Were they patients, coming to see Dr. Gus? Was he still practicing medicine in some strange way, on some other plane of existence? I don't have answers. All I know is that I looked into the eyes of a man who died decades before I was born, and he looked back at me with the same surprise I felt. Sometimes I drive by the building and wonder if Mary and Bill still see shadows on the stairs, if Dr. Gus still appears, confused by the strangers in his home. The strangest part? I miss it. I miss that old building with all its quirks and unexplainable phenomena. Sometimes I dream about that face above the railing, and in my dreams I finally get to ask him what he's still doing there after all these years. But I never get an answer. I just wake up with that same feeling I had that night, that I'd glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see, something beyond explanation, something that makes me question everything I thought I knew about life and death. Story 8. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up Catholic, I was taught to believe in heaven, hell, and purgatory. But the idea that spirits could linger on earth and interact with the living, that seemed like Hollywood fiction to me, at least until last Thanksgiving. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. My parents moved into their new house about 2 years ago, after my dad got transferred to a different office. It's a nice place, 2 stories with a finished basement, located in a quiet neighborhood with lots of trees, the kind of place where you'd expect families to live out perfectly normal lives, nothing creepy or ominous about it, just a regular suburban home. I hadn't visited much since they moved in. Between my job and my own life, I'd only been there once for a quick weekend visit. But Thanksgiving is a big deal in my family, so I drove the 3 hours from my apartment to spend the holiday with them. My 2 younger brothers were coming too, along with my aunt and uncle. When I arrived on Wednesday evening, my mum apologized that I'd have to sleep in the basement on the pull-out couch. My brothers would be in the guest room, and my aunt and uncle would take my old bedroom. I told her it was fine. The basement was finished and cozy enough, with a small bathroom and a TV. Plus, I'd have more privacy down there. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention," my mom said as she helped me carry my bags downstairs. "The previous owner died here." She said it so casually that I almost didn't register it. "Wait, what, in the house?" "Yes, poor man. He was in his 70s and lived alone, had a stroke in the kitchen. The neighbors found him when he didn't pick up his newspaper for a few days. I'm not sure why, but I asked, 'Did he die in the basement?' My mom shook her head. No, upstairs in the kitchen. The realtor told us he'd lived here for almost 30 years. His wife died young, and he never remarried. Seemed like a nice man from what the neighbors said." I nodded, trying not to let it bother me. People die in houses all the time, right? It's just a fact of life. My mom helped me set up the pull-out couch with sheets and blankets, and I unpacked my things. By the time we finished, my brothers had arrived, and the house was filled with the chaos of family gathering. That night, we all stayed up late catching up. I had brought my dog, Baxter, a loyal golden retriever who follows me everywhere. He seemed comfortable enough in the house, sniffing around curiously, but not acting strange in any way. Around midnight, I finally headed down to the basement to get some sleep. The basement was colder than the rest of the house, which I expected. I changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth in the small bathroom, and settled into the pull-out couch with Baxter curled up at my feet. I scrolled through my phone for a while before finally drifting off to sleep. I woke up suddenly, that jarring kind of awakening where you go from deeply asleep to completely alert in an instant. The basement was dark except for the soft green glow of the digital clock on the cable box, 5:07 a.m. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what had woken me, but then I realized I wasn't alone. There was someone standing at the foot of my bed. My first thought was that one of my brothers had come downstairs for something, maybe to use the bathroom or get something from the storage area. I squinted in the darkness, trying to make out who it was. "Hello?" I whispered. No response. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see more clearly, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't one of my brothers. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a yellow turtleneck sweater, but something was wrong with his proportions. His neck was too long, stretching up unnaturally from his shoulders. His arms hung at his sides, also longer than they should be, with fingers that seemed to extend too far. But what terrified me most was his face, or rather the absence of one. Where facial features should have been, there was just nothing. Not darkness, not a blur, just a smooth, featureless surface where a face should be. It was as if someone had erased all his features, but left the outline of his head. He stood with one hand on his hip in a stance that somehow conveyed annoyance. Like I was an inconvenience. Like I was in his space. I froze, unable to scream or move. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I realized Baxter was no longer at my feet. In the faint light, I could see he had moved to the far corner of the room, as far from the bed as possible, and was completely still. The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It had to be a hallucination, right? Sleep paralysis, I'd read about that. Where you wake up and can't move, often accompanied by terrifying visions. But I could move. I just didn't dare to. I closed my eyes tightly, hoping that when I opened them again, the figure would be gone. 1, 2, 3. I opened my eyes. He was still there, standing motionless at the foot of my bed, but now his head was tilted slightly, as if he was studying me. I decided my best option was to pretend I hadn't seen him. I closed my eyes again and tried to control my breathing, to fake being asleep. My grandmother had always told me that if I ever saw something supernatural, I should pray. So with my eyes shut tight, I began silently reciting Hail Marys in my head. Hail Mary, full of grace. Suddenly, I felt the foot of the bed shake, not violently, but deliberately, like someone was grabbing the frame and rocking it. My eyes flew open involuntarily. The figure was still there, but now both hands were on the metal frame of the pull-out couch, and he was gently shaking it. Despite having no eyes that I could see, I knew he was looking right at me. He knew I was awake. He knew I could see him. A cold sweat broke out across my body. I felt nauseous, like I might throw up from fear. My mouth went dry, and I continued the prayers. But now I was whispering them aloud, my voice barely audible even to myself. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. The shaking stopped. The figure tilted his head again, this time at a more severe angle, almost inhumanly far. Then, slowly, he removed his hands from the bed frame and took a single step backward. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me rigid with fear, whispering prayers, and him standing there, faceless and silent. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion and terror, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the small basement windows, and I could hear my family moving around upstairs. I sat up quickly, looking around the basement. There was no sign of the figure. Baxter was still in the corner where he'd retreated during the night, curled up and sleeping. This was strange in itself. Baxter always sleeps with me, usually pressed right against my side or at my feet. He's never chosen to sleep across the room before. I got up shakily and went to him, kneeling down to pet his head. He woke up and licked my hand, but seemed subdued, not his usual morning self. When I went upstairs, I must have looked as bad as I felt, because my mum immediately asked if I was okay. "Didn't sleep well," I mumbled, pouring myself a large cup of coffee. "Is the pull-out uncomfortable? I'm sorry, honey. We're planning to get a proper bed for down there eventually." I almost told her then, about the figure, about how terrified I'd been. But in the bright morning light, with the smell of coffee and the sounds of Thanksgiving preparations beginning, it seemed absurd. What would I even say? That I saw a faceless man in a yellow turtleneck in her basement? She'd think I was crazy. So I just nodded and said, "Yeah, it was a bit uncomfortable, plus it's colder down there." Throughout the day, as we prepared the Thanksgiving meal and relatives arrived, I kept thinking about what I'd seen. Was it really just a dream, a hallucination? But it had felt so real. And why had Baxter acted so strangely? During a quiet moment, I cornered my mom in the kitchen. "Hey, what was the name of the man who owned this house before you?" She thought for a moment as she stirred the gravy. "Mitchell, I think. Yes, Edward Mitchell. Mitchell. My last name is Mitchell too, but it's a common enough surname that I didn't think much of it." "Did you know anything else about him?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Not really. Why the sudden interest?" I shrugged. "Just curious about the house's history." Later, while everyone was watching football, I snuck away to do some research on my phone. Edward Mitchell had indeed died in the house about 3 years ago. He was 76, a retired high school teacher who had lived in the house since 1984. His wife had died young of cancer, and they had no children. Then I found something that made my blood run cold. In his obituary, it mentioned that he was preceded in death by his parents, including his mother, Cassandra Mitchell. Cassandra. My name. I'm not sure why, but that detail disturbed me deeply. Was it just a coincidence that I shared a name with his mother, or was there something more to it? Had he appeared to me specifically because of my name? I couldn't shake the image of that faceless figure from my mind. The yellow turtleneck, the unnaturally long neck and arms, the way he stood with his hand on his hip like he was irritated by my presence, and most of all, that blank space where his face should have been. Was he faceless, or did he just not want me to see his face? What would I have seen if he had shown me? That night, I made an excuse about not feeling well and slept on the living room couch instead of in the basement. No one questioned it, though my mom did feel my forehead to check for a fever. Baxter stayed close to me all night, and nothing unusual happened. We left the next day, and I haven't been back to my parents' house since. I've made excuses for every holiday and family gathering, suggesting we meet at my place or at a restaurant instead. My mom has started to notice, I think, but she hasn't pushed the issue yet. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just sleep paralysis. Maybe the stress of the holidays and sleeping in an unfamiliar place triggered some kind of hallucination. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. And the fact that Baxter saw it too, that he was so afraid he abandoned his usual spot by my side, only confirms it for me. Sometimes I wonder if the figure was Edward Mitchell, the previous owner, somehow still attached to his home of 30 years. If he was annoyed that strangers were now living in his space. If the name connection drew him to me specifically. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Something that had taken up residence in that house after Edward's death. Something that was just wearing the appearance of a human, but couldn't quite get it right. Hence the elongated limbs, the too long neck, and the missing face. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that house. I don't know if I'll ever tell my family what I saw. But I know that I'll never forget the faceless man in the yellow turtleneck, standing at the foot of my bed, watching me with eyes that weren't there. Story 9. I'm still trying to process what happened at my sister's apartment last month. I've always been the skeptical one in our family, the one who rolls her eyes when my grandmother talks about spirits, or when Emma, that's my older sister, insists her place is haunted. But after what we found in that closet, I don't know what to believe anymore. Emma's lived in this second-floor apartment in downtown Fresno for about 2 years now. It's one of those old buildings with retail space on the first floor, a family-owned jewelry shop that's been there since the 70s. The building itself is probably from the 40s or 50s. You know the type. Creaky hardwood floors, those weird old glass doorknobs, walls that are never quite straight. It's got character, as real estate agents like to say. From the day she moved in, Emma kept telling me about weird stuff happening. Footsteps when no one was there, items moving around. The worst was this ancient cuckoo clock she found at a yard sale. She hung it up as decoration, but the thing was broken beyond repair and didn't even have batteries. But she swore it would chime at exactly 3 in the morning, every single night. I always brushed it off. Emma's always been dramatic, and I figured she was just freaking herself out living alone for the first time. Plus, downtown Fresno isn't exactly silent at night. There are always people around, cars driving by, old buildings make noise. It's just physics, right? So when she called me on a Saturday morning begging me to come over because something was seriously wrong, I almost didn't go. But she sounded genuinely scared, so I dragged myself across town to check on her. The moment I walked into her apartment, I knew something was off. There was this smell. Not just any bad smell, but the kind that makes your stomach turn instantly, like something had died and been rotting for days in extreme heat. It was thick and heavy in the air, almost like you could taste it. "What the hell died in here?" I asked, covering my nose with my sleeve. Emma looked pale. "I don't know. It started last night. I thought maybe something got into the walls, like a rat or something, but I can't figure out where it's coming from." We spent the next hour searching the entire apartment. We checked under every piece of furniture, behind appliances, inside cabinets. We even pulled out the refrigerator to look behind it, thinking maybe something had fallen back there and spoiled. Nothing. The weird thing was, the smell seemed strongest in the kitchen, but we couldn't pinpoint exactly where. It wasn't coming from the trash, the sink, or the fridge. It was just there, hanging in the air. "Did you check that closet?" I pointed to a narrow door in the corner of the kitchen that I hadn't noticed before. "That's not really a closet," Emma explained. "It's this weird, unfinished space. The landlord uses it to store some construction materials. I never go in there." But at this point we were desperate. The smell was getting unbearable, and we'd checked everywhere else. Emma grabbed the key from a hook by the door and unlocked it. The closet was more like a small, unfinished room. It was maybe 5 feet deep and 3 feet wide, with exposed beams and insulation. There were a few paint cans, some boards, and Emma's recycling bin stacked inside. The smell wasn't any stronger in there, but we decided to check thoroughly anyway. I squeezed past Emma into the tight space, shining my phone flashlight around. That's when I noticed something on the back wall. "What's that?" I asked, pointing my light at it. Tacked to the bare wooden support beam was a small yellowed piece of paper. It looked old, like from a child's notebook from decades ago, and drawn on it in purple crayon was a simple smiley face. Just 2 dots for eyes and a curved line for a smile. Nothing fancy or artistic about it. Just a basic smiley face that any 5-year-old could draw. "What the hell?" Emma whispered. "That was not there before." "You sure?" I asked, reaching for it. "Maybe the landlord put it up." "Sophia, I've been in here to put recycling away every week for 2 years. I would have noticed a creepy-ass paper tacked to the wall." I carefully pulled out the thumbtack and took the paper. It felt wrong in my hand. Not physically wrong, it was just paper. But holding it made me feel uneasy, like I was touching something I shouldn't be. The moment I removed it from the wall, the smell disappeared. Not gradually, not mostly, it was just gone. 1 second the apartment reeked like death, and the next it smelled normal. Emma and I looked at each other, both realizing it at the same time. "Did you?" she started. "Yeah," I nodded. "The smell's gone." We went back to the kitchen and I placed the paper on the counter. It was just a regular piece of notebook paper, yellowed with age. The purple crayon smiley face stared up at us. "Happy Smiley," I said, trying to lighten the mood. "That's what we should call it." Emma didn't laugh. "I don't want that thing in my apartment." I didn't blame her. There was something deeply unsettling about finding a random child's drawing hidden in a closet, especially one that somehow seemed connected to the horrific smell that had vanished the moment we removed it. "Let's take it to Grandma's," I suggested. Our grandmother lived about 20 minutes away, and she was the family expert on all things unexplainable. She grew up in Mexico and had all sorts of beliefs about spirits and energies that I'd always dismissed. But right then, her perspective seemed valuable. When we arrived at our grandmother's house, she took one look at the paper and crossed herself. She didn't even want to touch it. She made us explain exactly where we found it and what had happened with the smell. "This is not good," she said in her heavy accent. "This is a tramper. A trap for something dark." She instructed Emma to drop the paper directly into her wood stove, which she kept burning year-round despite the California heat. Emma didn't hesitate. As the paper curled and blackened in the flames, I swear I heard a faint sound, like a child giggling, but it was so quick I convinced myself I imagined it. We stayed at our grandmother's for dinner, both of us reluctant to go back to Emma's apartment. Grandma insisted on giving Emma a bundle of herbs to burn in each room and a small cross to hang above her bed. I didn't say anything, but I was secretly glad for these precautions, as silly as they would have seemed to me just hours before. It was dark by the time we got back to the apartment. The place felt different, colder somehow, despite it being May in Fresno. Emma went around with her herbs, while I sat on the couch, trying to make sense of what had happened. That's when I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. I turned around quickly, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was nothing, just the empty living room with its second-hand furniture and Emma's attempts at adult decor. "Did you feel that?" I asked when Emma came back from the bedroom. She nodded. "It's been like this since I moved in. Like someone's always just over your shoulder." I ended up staying the night. Neither of us wanted to admit we were scared, but we were. We made up the couch for me and tried to act normal, watching Netflix and ordering pizza like it was just a regular sister hangout. But we both kept looking over our shoulders, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. Around 2 in the morning, we finally decided to try to sleep. Emma went to her bedroom, and I settled on the couch with too many blankets, despite the warm night. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew I was jolted awake by the sound of shattering glass. It was loud, like someone had thrown a whole set of dishes against a wall. I sat up, heart pounding. "Emma!" I called out. Her bedroom door flew open, and she stood there, wide-eyed. "Did you hear that?" We searched the entire apartment. There was no broken glass anywhere. Nothing had fallen. Nothing was out of place. But we both heard it, clear as day. Then I noticed the time on the microwave. 3 a.m. exactly. "The cuckoo clock," I whispered. "I got rid of that thing months ago," Emma said. "It freaked me out too much." We didn't sleep the rest of the night. We sat together on the couch, lights on, talking about what could possibly explain what was happening. Emma told me more about the weird occurrences she'd experienced, doors opening on their own, her keys disappearing and reappearing in strange places, whispered conversations she could hear through the walls but couldn't make out the words. As dawn broke, we were both exhausted, but too wired to sleep. I had to go to work, and Emma had classes, so we reluctantly went our separate ways, promising to talk more later. That was 4 weeks ago. Emma's still in the apartment. Breaking a lease in California is financial suicide, but she stays with me or our parents whenever she can. When she has to be there, she says things have gotten worse. The feeling of being watched is constant. The sounds at 3 a.m. continue. Sometimes breaking glass, sometimes footsteps, sometimes what sounds like a child humming. We've researched the building's history, but found nothing conclusive. It was built in 1947 as a family business with an apartment above. Various shops have occupied the downstairs, but nothing particularly tragic is on record. The landlord claims he's never heard complaints about hauntings from previous tenants, but his shifty eyes tell a different story. As for Happy Smiley, we have no idea where it came from or what it was. Was it really a trap, as our grandmother believed? If so, what was it trapping? And what did we release by burning it? Or was it some kind of marker, signifying something buried in the walls? The jewelry store owners downstairs won't talk about it. They just say the building has quirks and change the subject. But the older woman who runs the register always makes the sign of the cross when Emma comes in now. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something was in that paper. Something connected to whatever is in that building. And whatever it is, it's still there, watching, waiting. And sometimes late at night when I'm alone, I swear I can smell that rotting odor just faintly, like it followed us home. Story 10. I'm still trying to process what happened a few days ago. My husband Marcus doesn't even want to talk about it anymore. But I need to get this off my chest because I'm starting to feel like I'm going crazy. I know what I saw. I know what happened. We bought our house in Oakwood almost 2 years ago. It's a beautiful 2-story colonial with a big backyard, exactly what we'd been saving for. The previous owners, the Thompsons, seemed nice enough during the closing. They were an older couple, moving to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. When we got the keys and walked in for the first time as homeowners, we found a welcome note on the kitchen counter, along with a bottle of champagne. Pretty standard stuff. Welcome to your new home. May you create many happy memories here. That kind of thing. But paperclipped to the note was this old black and white photograph of a yellow Labrador. The dog looked older, maybe 10 or so, sitting on what I recognized as our back porch. No explanation, no mention of it in the note. Just this random dog photo. I remember showing it to Marcus and both of us being like, "That's weird, right?" We figured maybe they accidentally left it behind, but it was deliberately attached to the welcome note. We put it in a drawer and kind of forgot about it. About a week after moving in, I was chatting with our neighbor Linda and mentioned the photo. She told me the Thompsons had owned several dogs over the 25 years they lived there. They always had labs, she said. I remember at least 3 different ones over the years. So why leave us a picture of just one? Marcus and I had been wanting to adopt a dog for ages, and with the big yard, we finally had the space. We went to the shelter about a month after moving in and fell in love with this goofy 1-year-old yellow lab mix named Cooper. It was like fate. He even looked a bit like the dog in the old photograph, though younger and with some retriever mixed in. Cooper settled in great. Except for this weird thing he did the first couple weeks. There was this spot in the backyard, near the oak tree, where he'd go absolutely nuts. He'd sniff frantically and start digging like his life depended on it. We'd call him off, but the next time we let him out, he'd make a beeline right back to that spot. Then, just as suddenly as it started, he stopped. Never went near that spot again. Marcus joked that maybe there was a dead animal there that finally decomposed enough that Cooper lost interest. I had a different thought. Maybe that's where the Thompsons buried their old dog, the one from the photograph. I didn't say it out loud, though. It felt too morbid. About 3 months after moving in, weird things started happening around the house. The first incident was our stereo. We were both in the kitchen making dinner when suddenly the living room stereo blasted on at full volume. I nearly cut my finger off chopping onions. Marcus ran in and turned it off, and we both just stood there looking at each other. "Did you bump the remote?" he asked. "The remote's on the coffee table," I said, "and I haven't touched it all day." We checked, and sure enough, the remote was sitting untouched exactly where we'd left it. We blamed it on some kind of electrical glitch and moved on. Then it was the lights. I turned them off before leaving a room, only to find them on again when I walked by later. Not all the time, just occasionally. Enough to make me question if I'd really turned them off in the first place. I started to get in the habit of double-checking. One night Marcus was working late, and I was home alone with Cooper. I was reading in bed with Cooper snoozing beside me when I heard a distinct clicking sound from downstairs, like nails on hardwood. Cooper's head shot up, ears perked forward. I froze, holding my breath, listening. The sound came again, click, 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 like a dog walking across our wood floors. "It's just the house settling," I whispered to Cooper, but I didn't believe it myself. The sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I remember thinking, this is how people die in horror movies. But I got up anyway. Cooper stuck to my side as we crept downstairs. We checked every room, every closet. Nothing was disturbed. No doors or windows were open. Everything was exactly as I'd left it before going up to bed. That's when we started joking about having a ghost dog, whenever something unexplainable happened. A ball rolling across the floor with no one touching it. The back door we swore we'd locked found standing open in the morning. We'd look at each other and say, "Ghost dog." It was funny until it wasn't. About 6 months ago, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. As I sat up in bed, I noticed what I thought was Cooper standing by our bedroom door. I could make out his silhouette in the dim light from the hallway nightlight. "Need to go out, buddy," I whispered, trying not to wake Marcus. The dog didn't move or make a sound, just stood there, watching me. I swung my legs out of bed, and that's when I felt something warm against my calf. Cooper was still in bed, sound asleep against my legs. My head snapped back to the doorway, but there was nothing there. The silhouette was gone. I sat there frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. I told myself I'd been half asleep, that I'd imagined it, but I knew what I'd seen. I'd seen a dog that wasn't Cooper, standing in my bedroom doorway. I didn't tell Marcus right away. It sounded too crazy, even to me. But then it happened again, 2 weeks later. This time, I was wide awake, getting dressed for work. I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror, a flash of yellow fur in the hallway behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. Cooper was downstairs with Marcus. I could hear them in the kitchen. The incident started happening more frequently. Sometimes it was just a feeling, like someone was watching me. Other times it was more tangible. The sound of a dog shaking, that distinctive full-body rattling sound they make, coming from an empty room, or the jingling of dog tags when Cooper wasn't wearing any. I finally told Marcus after about the 4th or 5th incident. He was concerned but skeptical. He suggested I might be working too hard, not getting enough sleep. Classic Marcus, always looking for the rational explanation. "Maybe the house is just haunted by the ghost of the Thompsons' old dog," I said, trying to make light of it. "If that's the case, at least it's a friendly ghost," he replied. And it did seem friendly. Nothing malicious ever happened. It was almost like the dog was just living here with us, going about its routine, as if the Thompsons had never left. Then came the incident 3 days ago, the one I still can't explain. I was standing in our bedroom, right in the spot where I'd first seen the phantom dog. Cooper was with me, sitting at my feet while I folded laundry. Suddenly he started growling, a low, deep sound I'd never heard him make before. The hair on his back stood up, and he was staring intently at the empty space next to me. I felt it then, a cold spot in the air, right where Cooper was looking. The temperature dropped so suddenly that I got goosebumps all up my arms. "Hello," I said softly, feeling ridiculous but compelled to acknowledge whatever was there. That's when it happened. Across the room, we have this old metal filing cabinet. Heavy, solid metal with two deep drawers. Both drawers suddenly shot open at the same time, fast and hard enough that the whole cabinet rocked. Then, just as violently, they slammed shut. And then, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl. They opened and slammed shut again, as if someone was throwing them open and closed in anger or frustration. Cooper yelped and bolted from the room. I stood there, paralyzed. The filing cabinet was now still, both drawers closed as if nothing had happened. When I finally got my wits about me, I went to the cabinet and tried to recreate what I'd just witnessed. It was physically impossible. The drawers were heavy. You needed to grip the handles firmly and pull hard to open them. There was no way they could have opened on their own, let alone with such force, and both drawers at once. Impossible. I ran downstairs and called Marcus at work, my voice shaking as I told him what happened. To his credit, he came home early. He examined the filing cabinet, tried the drawers himself, and confirmed what I already knew. There was no logical explanation. That night, after Marcus fell asleep, I went back into our bedroom and stood in the doorway. I don't know why, but I suddenly remembered the photograph that came with our welcome note, the old yellow lab. I thought about how the Thompsons had moved away, leaving behind the home this dog had known its whole life. "I know you're here," I whispered into the darkness. "I'm sorry they left you behind. This is your home too." I felt silly talking to empty air, but also strangely certain that I was being heard. "We're not trying to replace you," I continued. "Cooper's not a replacement. There's room for both of you here." The air around me seemed to warm slightly, and I swear I felt something brush against my leg, like a dog leaning into me seeking comfort. "I love you," I whispered. "I'm sorry they left." Since then, things have been quiet. No more incidents with the filing cabinet or mysterious apparitions in doorways. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I'll catch a glimpse of yellow fur out of the corner of my eye, or I'll hear the soft padding of paws on the stairs when Cooper is napping in the sun. I've stopped being afraid. Now I just say good morning to the empty air when I come downstairs. I leave an extra dog treat on the counter before going to bed. And sometimes, when Cooper is playing in the yard, I swear I see two yellow labs running together through the grass. Though when I look directly, there's only ever one. I haven't told anyone else about this. I know how it sounds, but I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes I think love is so strong it leaves an imprint, even after we're gone, even for a dog. Our Story 11. I never used to believe in ghosts. Growing up in Manila, ghost stories were just something we'd share during brownouts, when the electricity would suddenly cut off and we'd all gather around with flashlights and candles. But now, I'm not so sure anymore. My family has experienced too many unexplainable things for me to dismiss them as mere coincidence or imagination. I'm 23 now, but these stories have been with me my whole life. My mother never intended to scare us with her experiences. She simply shared them as facts, as real events that happened to her. The way she told them, matter of fact without embellishment, somehow made them more terrifying than any horror movie I've ever watched. The first story happened when my mom was in college here in Manila. It was during semester break and most students had gone home to their provinces. But my mum stayed behind in her dormitory to study for a major exam. Her roommate, who we'll call Tita Anna. But Lily kept struggling, her little body rigid with fear. It took almost 5 minutes for my mom to calm her down and fully wake her. By then, my aunts and uncles had also gathered in the doorway, their faces concerned. Once Lily finally calmed down, my mom asked her what she'd been dreaming about. "The angry man," Lily said, her voice small. "He was standing by the bed. He kept telling me this was his room and I needed to get out." A chill ran through the room. My mother's cousin exchanged glances with her husband. "Did he say anything else?" my mom asked gently. Lily nodded, rubbing her eyes. He said he wasn't supposed to be gone. He said it wasn't fair. That's when my aunt pulled my mother aside. I followed, pretending to get a glass of water from the kitchen. I overheard their conversation. "I should have told you earlier," my aunt whispered. "This room, it belonged to Uncle Ramon." Uncle Ramon was my mother's uncle, someone she'd barely known. He had died before I was born. "What about him?" my mom asked. "He was assassinated, Ate, elder sister, shot at a gas station 20 years ago. It was a case of mistaken identity. He wasn't supposed to be there. He was covering a shift for a friend." My mom's face went pale. "You put my daughter in his room." "We renovated it years ago," my aunt explained hurriedly. "Nothing like this has ever happened before. We've had many guests stay there, but none of those guests had been family, blood relatives of Uncle Ramon." My mother immediately moved Lily into our parents' room for the rest of our stay. Lily, who had never had nightmares before, refused to even walk past that bedroom door again. What makes this story so unsettling to me isn't just what happened, but how specific it was. Lily was 5. She knew nothing about Uncle Ramon, nothing about his death. We had never told her those stories. She was too young, and yet she described exactly how he died, unexpectedly, unfairly, when he wasn't supposed to be gone. We left that house 2 days earlier than planned. On the flight home, my mother was unusually quiet. When I asked her what was wrong, she just shook her head. "Some spirits recognize their own," she finally said. "We carry the same blood as Ramon. Maybe he saw himself in Lily." I didn't sleep well for weeks after that. I kept thinking about Lily's face as she screamed, about the empty room at the end of the hallway, about Uncle Ramon who died when he wasn't supposed to. These experiences have followed our family for generations. My grandmother had her own stories, as did her mother before her. Sometimes I wonder if sensitivity to these things runs in our blood, if we somehow attract these encounters. I've tried to rationalize them. Maybe my mum's crying woman was just someone in a nearby building. Maybe the silver child was a trick of the moonlight. Maybe Lily overheard someone talking about Uncle Ramon. But the explanations feel hollow, insufficient. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts. I'm just saying there are things I can't explain. Experiences shared across generations of my family that defy logical explanation. And in those moments between sleep and wakefulness, when the world is quiet and still, I sometimes wonder if they're trying to tell us something, these whispers from the past that we don't quite understand. Story 12. I've been holding this inside for way too long. 6 years of wondering if I was losing my mind, or if what happened that night was actually real. I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. 6 years ago, I was homeless. I'm not anymore, thankfully, but back then I was living in a tent in this coastal wooded area about 30 minutes outside of Portland. I'm not proud of where I was in life, but that's where I ended up after losing my job and apartment within the same month. I had my cat, Smokey, with me, this grey little guy who stuck with me through everything. He was my only family at that point. The place where I set up camp wasn't exactly welcoming. The locals knew it as a spot where bad shit happened. There had been at least 3 suicides off the cliffs in the year before I got there, a couple overdoses deeper in the woods, and rumors of a body found there in the 90s. Not the kind of history that makes for peaceful sleeping, but when you're desperate, you take what you can get. My spot was tucked away from the main hiking trails, about half a mile in from where most people would enter the woods. I found this perfect little clearing, surrounded by these massive pine trees and thick bushes that gave me privacy. The ground was relatively flat compared to the rest of the area, which was all steep inclines and jagged cliffs dropping down to the water. If you stood at the edge of one of those cliffs on a clear day, you could see for miles across the water. Beautiful, but deadly. I chose that spot because it was hidden enough that park rangers wouldn't hassle me, but close enough to town that I could walk to the gas station for supplies or to look for odd jobs. I had my tent, this old two-person Coleman that had seen better days, and a tarp strung up above it to keep the worst of the rain off. Inside, I had my sleeping bag, a small propane stove, some canned food, and a few personal items I couldn't bear to part with. And of course, Smokey's food, a small litter box, and his favorite blanket. Now, I wasn't usually jumpy living out there. You get used to the normal forest sounds, the wind through the trees, animals rustling in the underbrush, distant voices of hikers on the main trails, but I always kept a hunting knife with me. It wasn't just for protection from people. There were coyotes in the area too. The night it happened was in October. The weather had turned cold, but not freezing yet. I remember because I'd just added an extra blanket to my sleeping setup the day before. It must have been around 3 in the morning when I woke up. Not gradually, not drowsily. I went from dead asleep to wide awake in an instant, like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. What woke me was singing. The most beautiful singing I've ever heard in my life. It was a woman's voice coming from maybe 100 feet away from my tent. The melody wasn't anything I recognized, but it felt ancient somehow, like a lullaby from centuries ago. It was soft but clear enough that I could hear it perfectly, even through the tent fabric and the rustle of leaves outside. Smokey was awake too, sitting up at the foot of my sleeping bag, his ears perked forward, completely still. That's when I knew something was off. Cats don't just sit at attention for normal forest noises. I lay there, barely breathing, listening to this ethereal singing. I couldn't make out any words. It might not have even been in English, but something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. Not in a frightened way, at least not at first. It was more like my body was responding to something it recognized on a primal level, something beyond my conscious understanding. Then, as suddenly as it started, the singing stopped. The silence that followed was almost painful, like pressure building in my ears. For a few seconds, I just lay there in the darkness, straining to hear if it would start again. That's when Smokey hissed, something he rarely did, and moved closer to me, pressing against my side. I reached for my knife, which I always kept right next to my sleeping bag. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The silence stretched on for maybe 15 seconds, and I was starting to think maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing. That's when I heard it. A woman's voice, so close it couldn't have been more than a few inches from the wall of my tent, spoke clearly and calmly. "Is he awake?" Every muscle in my body locked up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The voice was right there, right fucking there, like someone was standing just outside the thin fabric of my tent, close enough that I should have been able to see their shadow. Panic shot through me like electricity. I shouted, "What the fuck?" and scrambled for the tent zipper, knife clutched in my hand. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly grip the zipper pull. It took me maybe 5 seconds to get the tent open and lunge outside, knife raised, ready to confront whoever was there. But there was nobody, not a single person in sight. The clearing around my tent was completely empty. I spun in a circle, searching desperately in the moonlight for any sign of movement in the trees or bushes. Nothing. No rustle of leaves, no snapping twigs, no footsteps retreating into the darkness. Just the normal nighttime forest sounds and my own ragged breathing. I ran to the edge of the clearing and looked between the trees in every direction. The ground around my tent was mostly dirt and pine needles, the kind of surface that should show footprints. There wasn't a single print that wasn't my own, not even disturbed vegetation where someone might have stood or walked away. It was impossible. The voice had been inches from my tent. Whoever spoke should have still been right there, or at least visible running away. There's no way anyone could have vanished in the 5 seconds it took me to get outside. I stood there, shivering in the cold night air, knife still gripped tightly in my hand. My mouth was dry, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, despite the chill. I listened for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, waiting for the voice or the singing to return. Smokey was at the tent entrance, looking out at me with wide eyes, unwilling to come outside. Animals sense things we don't, and he clearly wasn't comfortable with whatever was happening. Eventually, I pulled out my cigarettes with trembling hands and lit one, more to calm my nerves than anything else. The small flame from my lighter momentarily lit up the area around me, confirming again that I was completely alone. I smoked that cigarette down to the filter, then lit another one right after. I stayed outside for about 20 minutes, scanning the trees, listening for any unusual sounds. Nothing came, just the normal creaks and rustles of the forest at night. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes following my every move from somewhere in the darkness. When I finally worked up the courage to go back inside my tent, I zipped it up tight and sat with my back against my backpack, knife in my lap, for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice again. Is he awake? As the first grey light of dawn filtered through the trees, I felt some of the tension leave my body. Whatever had happened, it seemed to be over. Smokey had finally relaxed too, curled up asleep beside me as if nothing had happened. I spent the whole next day on edge, jumping at every sound, constantly looking over my shoulder. I considered breaking camp and moving somewhere else, but the truth was, there weren't many options for someone in my situation, and part of me thought maybe I had hallucinated the whole thing. Stress, isolation and exhaustion can do strange things to a person's mind, but deep down, I knew what I'd heard was real. That voice was too clear, too distinct to be imagination, and Smokey had heard it too. Animals don't react to hallucinations. In the weeks that followed, I experienced a few more strange things in that spot. Items in my tent would be moved slightly from where I left them. Once or twice, I thought I heard distant humming right at the edge of my hearing. A few times I woke up feeling like someone had just been standing over me, but nothing ever matched the intensity of that night. Nothing ever felt as unmistakably real and impossible as that voice asking if I was awake, just inches from where I slept, and then vanishing without a trace. I stayed in that spot for another 2 months before I got lucky with a job that came with housing. I've been off the streets ever since, slowly rebuilding my life. I have an apartment now, a steady job. Smokey's still with me, older and lazier, but still my best friend. But I've never been able to explain what happened that night. I've never told anyone about it until now because I know how it sounds. But it happened. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house is quiet, I find myself straining to hear if that singing might start again, if that voice might return, asking about me from just inches away. 6 years later, and I still sleep with a knife beside my bed. 6 years later, and I still wake up sometimes in a cold sweat, certain I've just heard someone ask, "Is he awake?" 6 years later, and I still have no explanation for what happened that night in the woods. But I know what I heard, and I know that whatever it wasn't human. Story 13. I still don't know what was in my house that day. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways, but nothing makes sense. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal. At least, I wasn't before. My husband Mark and I have owned our home in Westfield for almost 3 years now. It's a beautiful old place, built in 1920, with all the charm and headaches you'd expect from a century-old house. December 12th, 2020 is a day I'll never forget. Massachusetts winters are brutal, and that weekend we hit a cold snap with temperatures dropping into the teens. I was upstairs working in our bedroom that afternoon when I heard a loud pop, followed by Mark yelling from the basement. I rushed downstairs to find him standing in about 2 inches of water. A pipe had burst in the utility room. Shit, shit, shit. Mark was saying, already soaked to his knees. Our dog Cooper, a 70-pound German Shepherd mix, was at the top of the basement stairs, whining and refusing to come down. That should have been my first warning sign. Cooper follows Mark everywhere, especially when there's a crisis, but he wouldn't set foot on those basement stairs. "I'll grab some towels," I said, but Mark shook his head. "The shut-off valve isn't working. I need to go get some supplies. Can you just keep an eye on things and make sure it doesn't get worse?" I nodded, and Mark splashed his way up the stairs, grabbed his keys, and headed out to the hardware store. I heard his truck start up and pull out of the driveway. Cooper was still acting weird, pacing back and forth between the front door and the basement door, occasionally letting out these low whines. I just assumed he was upset about the chaos and the water. I went back upstairs to grab my phone and check how long the nearest hardware store would be open. That's when I first heard it. "Emily." It was Mark's voice coming from downstairs. I froze, confused. He'd just left not even 5 minutes ago. Had he forgotten something? "Yeah," I called back, heading toward the stairs. No response. I stood at the top of the stairs listening. "Mark, did you come back?" Nothing. I figured maybe I'd imagined it, or it was just the house settling. These old places make all kinds of noises, especially when the temperatures change drastically. I went back to the bedroom to grab my phone. Cooper followed me, still acting strange, staying closer to me than usual, almost pressing against my leg with every step. I checked the time. It was just after 4 in the afternoon, still plenty of time before the hardware stores closed. I texted Mark, "Everything okay? Did you come back for something?" I waited, but he didn't respond right away. I was about to head back downstairs to check on the water situation when I heard it again. "Emily, can you come down here?" It was Mark's voice. Exactly his voice. The same tone, the same slight Massachusetts accent he's never been able to shake, despite years of trying. But there was something about it that made the hair on my arms stand up. Cooper heard it too. His ears perked up and a low growl started in his throat. "Mark!" I called out, louder this time. "Is that you?" That's when I heard the footsteps, slow, deliberate steps coming up from the basement, and they sounded wet, like someone walking in soaked shoes on our hardwood floors. Squish, step, squish, step. Cooper's growl deepened, and he positioned himself between me and the bedroom door. I'd never seen him act like this before. He's always been a friendly, goofy dog, but in that moment he looked like a completely different animal. Hackles raised, teeth bared. "Mark, this isn't funny," I called out, my voice shaking. I was trying to convince myself it was just my husband playing some weird joke, but deep down, I knew it wasn't him. I'd heard his truck leave, and Mark isn't the type to play scary pranks. The footsteps continued, getting closer. Up the stairs from the basement, then across the first-floor hallway, then starting up the stairs to the second floor where our bedroom was. Squish, step, squish, step. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. It was a text from Mark. "At Home Depot now. Need anything else while I'm here?" My blood turned to ice. I typed back with shaking fingers, "Are you at the house right now?" The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Cooper was going crazy now, barking ferociously at the closed bedroom door. I backed up until I hit the wall, my eyes fixed on the door. My phone buzzed again. Mark. "No, I'm at Home Depot in West Springfield. Everything okay?" The West Springfield Home Depot is at least 35 minutes from our house. The footsteps stopped right outside our bedroom door. For a moment, there was complete silence, except for Cooper's growling. Then the doorknob started to turn. It turned to the right, then stopped, then to the left, then right again, like someone was trying to open it but couldn't quite figure out how. Our doorknob doesn't have a lock. It's an old glass one from the original house. There was nothing stopping whatever was on the other side from coming in, except the doorknob kept turning back and forth, never completing the motion needed to open the door. Cooper lunged forward, barking and snarling like I'd never heard before. He slammed his body against the door over and over. With trembling hands, I typed, "Call me right now!" I needed to hear Mark's voice, his real voice, while whatever this was stood outside our door. The phone rang seconds later, and I answered immediately. "What's going on?" Mark asked, concern clear in his voice. "Is the water getting worse?" At the sound of Mark's voice coming from my phone, everything outside the door stopped. The doorknob went still. Cooper's barking faltered, confused. "There's someone in the house," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "They're outside our bedroom door right now." "What? Call 911, Mark said, and I could hear him already moving, the background noise of the store getting louder as he rushed toward the exit. "It sounds like you," I said, my voice breaking. "It was calling my name with your voice." There was a beat of silence from Mark. Then, "I'm coming home right now. Call the police, Emily." As soon as the call ended, the doorknob started turning again. Right, left, right, left. Cooper resumed his defensive stance, growling low and dangerous. I dialed 911 with shaking fingers and reported a break-in. The operator kept asking questions I couldn't answer. How many intruders? I don't know. How did they get in? I don't know. What do they look like? I don't know. I haven't seen them. All the while, the doorknob kept turning, and occasionally I'd hear what sounded like something heavy leaning against the door, making the old wood creak. Then came the voice again, so much like Mark's, but somehow hollow. "Emily, why won't you come out? I need help with the water." It was the tone that terrified me most. Perfectly pleasant, conversational, like there was nothing strange about this situation at all. Cooper lost it. He slammed himself against the door so hard I thought he might break through it. The doorknob stopped turning. Then I heard the footsteps again, moving away. Squish, step, squish, step. Down the hallway, down the stairs. I ran to the window that overlooked our driveway, phone still pressed to my ear as the 911 operator asked if I was safe. I expected to see someone leaving the house, but there was nothing, just our empty driveway and the quiet street beyond. The operator advised me to stay put until police arrived. I dragged our heavy dresser in front of the door, struggling with the weight of it, but driven by pure adrenaline. Cooper had calmed slightly, but remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the door. The police arrived 12 minutes later, followed closely by Mark, who must have broken every speed limit to get home so quickly. They searched the entire house and found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no footprints, despite the wet floors in the basement. The water from the burst pipe hadn't even reached the stairs. The officers were sympathetic, but clearly skeptical. They checked our security cameras. We have a doorbell camera and one in the backyard, and confirmed that no one had entered or left the house besides Mark earlier that afternoon. One officer suggested I might have heard the pipes, that old houses make strange noises when plumbing issues occur. Another hinted gently that maybe the stress of the situation had caused me to imagine things. But I know what I heard, and Cooper knows what he heard and smelled. For weeks afterward, he wouldn't go near the basement door. Even now, months later, he sometimes stops and stares at that door, a low growl building in his throat. We had the house blessed. We installed more security cameras. We even had a medium come through, though I felt ridiculous doing it. She said our house had residual energy, but nothing malevolent, just echoes of past residents. But that doesn't explain what called my name that day, what tried to get me to come downstairs, what knew exactly how to sound like my husband. Mark thinks it might have been a bizarre auditory hallucination brought on by stress. My mum suggested carbon monoxide, but our detectors never went off, and a professional found no leaks when we had it checked. I've researched similar experiences online and found stories about mimics, entities that can imitate the voices of loved ones. Some theories say they're demonic, others that they're some kind of interdimensional being. A few people suggested it could have been a doppelganger, a duplicate of Mark, that somehow manifested in our house. The most disturbing theory I found was that whatever it was trying to lure me to the basement for reasons I don't want to consider. We still live in the house. The financial reality of home ownership means we can't just pack up and leave because of one unexplainable incident. But I never go into the basement alone anymore, and sometimes when Mark is at work and the house is quiet, I swear I can hear faint footsteps. Squish, step, squish, step. I don't know what was in my house that day. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it sounded exactly like my husband, and it knew exactly how to call for me. And sometimes in my darkest thoughts, I wonder if it's still here, waiting for another opportunity to catch me alone. Story 14. I still can't make sense of what happened to us that day. It's been 3 years, and I'm finally ready to share this. Not that it'll bring her back or give me any closure, but maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. My friend Jess and I used to go bushwalking almost every month. We weren't casual hikers. We had proper gear, emergency kits, satellite phones, the works. We'd done the Blackwood Trail about 5 times before. It's a 7-hour loop near the national park, moderately challenging, but nothing we couldn't handle. The trail was well marked, and we knew it well enough that we could practically navigate it in our sleep. That morning started like any other hiking day. Clear skies around 65 degrees, perfect walking weather. We met at the trailhead parking lot at 8 in the morning. Jess brought coffee in her thermos like always, and I had packed our favorite trail mix. We checked our gear one last time, made sure our phones were charged. Though reception was spotty at best out there, our satellite phone was fully charged too, just in case. About 2 hours in, I noticed something odd. The tree formations didn't look familiar. I pulled out my GPS to check our location, and it showed we were about half a mile east of where we should have been. "That's weird," I said to Jess, showing her the screen. "According to this, we're not even on the trail anymore." Jess frowned. "That can't be right. We've been following the markers the whole time." She was right. The blue diamond trail markers had been visible the entire time. We hadn't deviated from the path at all. "Maybe the GPS is glitching," I suggested. "Let's use the paper map instead." We pulled out our map and compass. According to them, we were exactly where we were supposed to be. We figured the GPS must be malfunctioning and decided to trust our map and the trail markers. We continued walking, but I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. The woods seemed different somehow. The bird calls were familiar, but they echoed strangely, as if we were in a much larger space than we actually were. The light filtering through the trees cast shadows that seemed to move independently of the branches above. I kept dismissing these thoughts as my imagination running wild. Around 1 in the afternoon, we stopped at a clearing for lunch. The clearing wasn't familiar, which was odd, because I thought I remembered every rest spot on this trail. But again, I brushed it off. Maybe we were just making better time than usual and had reached a part of the trail we normally pass through later in the day. As we ate our sandwiches, Jess pulled out the map again. "Alex, I think we might have taken a wrong turn somewhere," she said, tracing our route with her finger. "This clearing isn't marked on the map at all." The moment she said those words, a wave of dizziness hit me. It was like someone had tilted the ground beneath my feet. I saw Jess grab her head too, swaying slightly where she sat. "Whoa," I mumbled, blinking hard. "Did you feel that?" Jess nodded, looking a bit pale. "Vertigo or something. Maybe we're dehydrated." We both took long drinks from our water bottles. The dizziness passed after a few seconds, and I checked my watch to see how much daylight we had left. That's when my blood ran cold. "Jess," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "what time did we stop for lunch?" "Around 1. Why?" I showed her my watch. It read 5:41. "That's not right," she said, checking her own watch. That's not possible." But her watch showed the same time. So did our phones. Somehow nearly 5 hours had passed in what felt like minutes. "We need to head back," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "Now." We quickly packed up our things, both of us trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe we both fell asleep, but that made no sense. We were in the middle of a conversation. Time doesn't just disappear. We started heading back the way we came. That's when we heard it. At first, I thought it was just Jess breathing heavily beside me, but when I looked at her, her mouth was closed, and she was looking at me with the same confused expression. The breathing was coming from somewhere in front of us, heavy, labored breathing, like someone who had been running for miles. It sounded so close, as if someone was standing right beside us, but there was nobody there. "Do you hear that?" Jess whispered. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We stood frozen, listening to the invisible person breathing just feet away from us. "Hello?" Jess called out, her voice shaking. "Is someone there?" The breathing stopped abruptly. Then, after a few seconds of silence, it started again. This time from behind us. We spun around. Nothing! "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing Jess's arm. "Now!" We started walking quickly, trying to retrace our steps. The breathing followed us, sometimes from the left, sometimes from the right, always just out of sight. It never faded, no matter how fast we walked. The trail markers that had been so clearly visible earlier now seemed to be missing. The path itself looked unfamiliar, wilder somehow, as if it hadn't been maintained in years. My head started spinning again, worse this time. Beside me, Jess stumbled, nearly falling. I can't focus," she gasped, clutching my arm for support. "Everything's spinning." The breathing grew louder, more insistent. It circled us like a predator, moving from one side to another so quickly it seemed impossible for any human to move that fast silently through dense underbrush. We had to stop. Jess couldn't walk straight, and I wasn't doing much better. The dizziness was overwhelming, like being drunk, but with a sharp edge of fear that kept me painfully alert. I fumbled for the satellite phone in my pack. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate it. "We need help," I told Jess as I dialed emergency services. "We're lost. We're experiencing some kind of, I don't know, hallucinations maybe, but we need to get out of here." While I was explaining our situation to the dispatcher, trying to describe our location as best I could, the breathing changed. It became more rhythmic, almost like laughter, but distorted and wrong. It circled us continuously, never coming closer but never moving away either. The dispatcher assured me they were sending search and rescue. They asked me to stay where we were and to keep the line open. We sat on the ground, back to back, watching the surrounding forest. The dizziness came in waves, sometimes so intense I had to close my eyes, sometimes receding enough that I could almost think clearly. "What is happening?" Jess whispered, her voice breaking. "Alex, what is this?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But help is coming. We just need to stay calm." But staying calm was nearly impossible with that breathing circling us relentlessly. It never stopped, never faltered. Sometimes it would pause just long enough to make us think it was gone, only to resume right next to one of our ears, making us jump. The woods had grown darker, though it shouldn't have been sunset for hours yet. The temperature dropped rapidly, and the forest sounds, the birds, insects, rustling leaves, all seemed to fade away until the only sound was that horrible, persistent breathing. I don't know how long we sat there. Time seemed to stretch and contract randomly. My watch said only 20 minutes had passed, but it felt like hours. When we finally heard human voices calling our names, I nearly wept with relief. The moment the rescue team's flashlights became visible through the trees, the breathing stopped completely. The dizziness lifted so suddenly, it was like waking from a dream. The rescue team found us about 2 miles off the main trail, in an area that wasn't even on our map. They couldn't explain how we got there, especially since we'd been following trail markers the whole time. When we told them about the missing time and the breathing, they exchanged looks I couldn't quite interpret. Probably just panic, one of them suggested kindly. The mind plays tricks when you're lost and scared. But we hadn't been scared, until after we lost the time. And how could both of us hallucinate the exact same thing? They checked us for signs of carbon monoxide poisoning, drug reactions, anything that might explain our symptoms. They found nothing. Physically, we were fine, just dehydrated and exhausted. The official report called it a case of disorientation and shared hallucination triggered by panic after getting lost. They suggested we might have both fallen asleep without realizing it, explaining the time jump, but I know what I experienced, and so did Jess. For weeks afterward, she had nightmares. She'd call me in the middle of the night saying she could hear the breathing in her apartment. She started seeing a therapist who diagnosed her with PTSD and severe anxiety. She never went hiking again. She barely went outside at all. Over time, she stopped returning my calls. When I'd visit, she'd talk about feeling watched, about hearing things nobody else could hear. I got the call a year and a half later. She'd taken her own life, left a note saying she couldn't live with it following her anymore. I still go over that day in my mind, trying to make sense of it. What was in those woods with us? How did we lose nearly 5 hours in what felt like minutes? Why did it affect Jess so much worse than me? The trail is still open. People hike it every day without incident. I've researched the area extensively since then, looking for similar reports, anything that might validate what we experienced. I found nothing concrete, just vague stories about hikers feeling unwelcome in certain sections of the forest. Sometimes I think about going back, trying to find answers, but then I remember that breathing, so close, so real, and the way time seemed to bend around us. And I remember what it did to Jess. Whatever was in those woods that day, it took my best friend from me, and I'm still not convinced it's done with me yet. Some nights, when I'm half asleep, I swear I can hear faint breathing outside my bedroom window, waiting. Story 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at my grandmother's house when I was 11. I'm 25 now, but those memories are as vivid as if they happened yesterday. I've spent countless nights lying awake, trying to make sense of what my brother and I experienced that summer in Connecticut. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, because honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. My grandmother lived in this old Victorian house in a quiet suburb just off the town green in Glastonbury, Connecticut. It was one of those picture-perfect New England neighborhoods with manicured lawns and kids riding bikes. Normal stuff. Her house stood out, though. It was this massive 3-story structure with dark wood trim and these weird stained glass windows. The neighborhood kids called it the witch house, which used to make me laugh. Until that day, Mom had dropped us off for the weekend while she and Dad attended some work conference. My brother Kevin was only 8 at the time. I remember it was late June, one of those perfect summer days. Clear blue sky, temperature in the high 70s. After lunch, Kevin was taking a nap and I was bored out of my mind. Grandma was in her study doing whatever she did in there, more on that later, so I decided to play outside. The backyard was enclosed with this tall wooden fence that had seen better days. I was just throwing a tennis ball against the side of the house, counting how many times I could catch it without dropping it. Pretty mundane stuff. I got to 37 catches when the ball bounced weird and rolled around to the front of the house. I jogged after it, rounding the corner of the house where the garden hose was coiled up like a snake. That's when I saw it. Standing on the right side of the house, maybe 20 feet away from me, was what I can only describe as a wolf. But not just any wolf. This thing was massive, easily the size of a Great Dane, with pitch-black fur that seemed to absorb the sunlight around it. And its eyes, God, those eyes were glowing red. Not reflecting light, not bloodshot, but actually emitting this dull crimson glow like dying embers. I froze, the tennis ball forgotten, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The wolf didn't move, didn't growl, didn't do anything a normal animal would do. It just stood there, staring at me, completely still, like a statue. That's what made it so terrifying. It wasn't behaving like an animal. It was watching me with what I can only describe as intelligence. My fight or flight kicked in, and I bolted back around the corner of the house toward the back door. I slammed the door behind me and stood there, breathing hard, my hand still gripping the doorknob. Then something weird happened. I felt this overwhelming curiosity. I needed to look again. I needed to confirm what I'd seen. It makes no sense in retrospect. What kid runs back toward danger? But something was pulling me. I counted to 10, opened the door, and slowly crept back around the side of the house. It couldn't have been more than 15 seconds since I'd run away. The wolf was gone. I stood there looking at the empty lawn, confused and relieved. Then the logical part of my brain kicked in, and I realized something that sent ice through my veins. There was nowhere for it to go. The front yard opened to the street, sure, but our neighbors were out gardening. Someone would have screamed if they'd seen a massive black wolf casually strolling down Maple Street at 1 in the afternoon. And if it had gone into the backyard, I would have seen it when I ran that way. It had simply vanished. I went back inside, shaken, but starting to rationalize. Maybe it was a big dog that ran off. Maybe I imagined the red eyes because I was scared. Maybe it jumped the fence in those 15 seconds. I didn't tell Grandma. She was always complaining about me and Kevin having overactive imaginations. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. We had dinner, watched some TV, and I almost convinced myself the wolf had been a figment of my imagination. Almost. That night, Kevin and I were sharing the guest bedroom on the second floor. It was around 9:30, and we'd just finished brushing our teeth in the bathroom down the hall. The upstairs of Grandma's house had this long corridor with 4 doors, the bathroom, 2 bedrooms, and this weird little room at the end that Grandma called her chapel. I'd only been in there once or twice. It had these small stained glass windows depicting scenes I didn't recognize, definitely not biblical, some candles and shelves with jars of herbs and stuff. Mom always told us to stay out of there, saying it was Grandma's private space. Anyway, we were walking back to our bedroom when Kevin suddenly stopped, his hand grabbing my pajama sleeve so hard his knuckles turned white. "Danny," he whispered, his voice thin with fear. "Look." I followed his gaze to the top of the stairs we'd just climbed. Standing there, not 10 feet away from us, was what I can only describe as the Grim Reaper. I'm not being dramatic or making this up. It was a tall, black-robed figure with a hood that obscured most of its face. The robe wasn't like a Halloween costume. It seemed to absorb the light from the hallway lamp, like the wolf's fur had done with the sunlight. The sleeves hung down, covering where hands should be. I couldn't see feet beneath the hem of the robe, which seemed to hover an inch or so above the floorboards. But what I could see of its face is what still haunts me. Under the hood was this gaunt, pale face, not skeletal, but almost. The skin was stretched tight over the bones, paper white, and the eyes, they were just black voids. Not dark eyes, not shadows, but actual empty spaces where eyes should be. It was standing perfectly still, just like the wolf had been, just watching us. Kevin and I locked eyes with each other for a split second, and I knew immediately he was seeing exactly what I was seeing. His face had gone completely white, his freckles standing out like they were drawn on with marker. When we looked back, the figure had moved. It was now at the other end of the hallway, right by the door to Grandma's chapel. It turned, or rather it pivoted without seeming to move its legs, and then glided through the closed door of the chapel, not opened it, through it. Kevin and I ran down those stairs faster than I thought humanly possible. We burst into the living room where Grandma was knitting in her armchair, both of us talking over each other, trying to explain what we'd seen. Grandma got this strange look on her face. Not disbelief, which is what I expected, but something more like concern, worry. She put down her knitting carefully and asked us to describe exactly what we saw one at a time. When we finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said something that chills me to this day. "It was probably just shadows playing tricks on your eyes, but if you see it again, don't look directly at it. and don't follow it if it beckons you. If it beckons us, she didn't say him or her, it, and the way she said it, like she knew exactly what we were talking about. I didn't sleep at all that night. Kevin eventually drifted off, but I sat up in bed, staring at the door, jumping at every creak the old house made. I kept thinking about what Grandma had said, and about the wolf I'd seen earlier. Were they connected somehow? The next morning, while Kevin was helping Grandma with breakfast, I snuck into her study. I'd never been allowed in there before, but I needed answers. The room was full of books, old leather-bound volumes with titles in languages I didn't recognize. There were jars of dried plants, crystals, candles, and what looked like animal bones arranged on shelves. On her desk was an open notebook with drawings that looked like the symbols you see in horror movies about witchcraft. That's when it clicked. The weird chapel, the books, the herbs, the neighbors calling it the witch house. My grandmother was practicing some kind of magic, witchcraft, whatever you want to call it, and somehow I knew in my gut it was connected to what we'd seen. I heard footsteps coming down the hall and quickly slipped out of the study. Mom picked us up later that day, and I never told her what happened. What would I even say? Hey, Mom, I think Grandma's a witch who summoned the Grim Reaper. But here's the thing, Kevin saw it too. We've talked about it many times over the years, strange books and notebooks. Mom quickly packed them away, saying they were just Grandma's hobby stuff, but I saw the worried look on her face. I've done research since then on folklore and the occult, trying to make sense of what happened. The closest I've come to an explanation is that some traditions believe certain practitioners can summon or attract supernatural entities. The black wolf with red eyes appears in various mythologies as a harbinger or guardian of the underworld, and the Reaper, well, that's self-explanatory. Was my grandmother dabbling in something dangerous? Did she accidentally summon these entities, or was it deliberate? Were they protecting her, or was she protecting us from them? I don't have answers. All I know is what my brother and I saw that day was real. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't our imagination. And it wasn't a coincidence that both these entities appeared on the same day in and around a house owned by a woman who practiced what I can only call black magic. Sometimes I still dream about those empty black eyes staring at me from beneath that hood. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear the soft padding of wolf paws following me, just out of sight. Whatever was in that house that day, it wasn't human, and I'm not sure my grandmother was entirely human either, at least not anymore. Story 16. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night in December 2000. It's been over 20 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was 20 years old, just finishing up my sophomore year at State, and I was so ready to be home for winter break. Finals had kicked my ass, and all I wanted was my mum's cooking and to sleep in past 6 a.m. for once. I got home to Riverdale on December 23rd. It was this tiny town where everyone knew everyone's business, and my family had lived there forever in this small ranch house that my grandparents had bought back in the 60s. The walls were paper thin, and you could hear pretty much everything that happened anywhere in the house. That night, I remember walking through the door around 8 p.m. and finding my mom and grandma exactly where I expected them, camped out in front of the TV watching some Lifetime Christmas movie. They were both total night owls. I don't think either of them ever went to bed before midnight. We stayed up catching up for a few hours. I told them about my classes. They filled me in on all the town gossip, and we just enjoyed being together again. Around 11:30, I started getting tired from the drive and decided to head to bed. I was sharing a room with my sister, like always, but she was staying at her boyfriend's place that night, so I had the room to myself. It was this tiny bedroom at the end of the hall, barely big enough for the 2 twin beds with a nightstand squeezed between them. I remember changing into my pajamas, this old ratty t-shirt from high school and some flannel pants, then climbing into bed. The house was so familiar, The slight squeak of the mattress springs, the glow of the streetlight through the thin curtains, and the distant murmur of the TV from the family room, where Mom and Grandma were still watching their shows. I was lying there trying to fall asleep, but my mind was still racing from the drive and being back home. I rolled over onto my right side to get more comfortable, facing my sister's empty bed against the opposite wall. That's when I noticed something weird in the corner of the room, right above her bed. There was this white glow. At first, I thought maybe it was just headlights from a car passing by outside, but it didn't move or fade away. It just stayed there, getting brighter. I'd had weird experiences before in that house, doors opening on their own, footsteps when no one was there, the usual stuff people chalk up to old houses settling. Those things had always scared me, but this was different. This glow, it didn't feel threatening. It's hard to explain, but it felt warm, peaceful, like being wrapped in a blanket on a cold day. I wasn't scared at first, just curious. As I watched, the glow started taking shape. It wasn't just a random light anymore. It looked like a figure, tall and slender, with what looked like a head and these wing-like shapes that weren't fully spread out. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. But I was completely awake, and I know what I saw. This glowing white form was hovering there, and it looked exactly like what you'd imagine an angel would look like. Not the cheesy Hallmark kind, but something more real and somehow more otherworldly at the same time. But that wasn't even the weirdest part. As I was staring at this angel-like figure, I noticed there was another glowing form in front of it. This second figure was smaller, also glowing white, but more human-shaped. And then it moved. It took a step forward, put its hands together like it was praying, and bowed slightly. Then it backed up toward the angel and just disappeared. Both figures faded away within seconds. That's when the fear hit me. It was like my brain finally caught up with what my eyes were seeing, and I freaked out. I called out to my grandma in a shaky voice, trying to sound casual, but probably failing miserably. "Grandma," I called out, "can you turn on the hall light? I think I saw a ghost." I heard her laugh from the family room. "You're 20 years old and you still believe in ghosts and need a light on?" she called back, her voice teasing. The funny thing is, we'd had plenty of conversations as a family about weird things we'd experienced in that house. My grandma herself had told stories about feeling presences and hearing voices, but in that moment, she just thought I was being childish. I didn't push it. I just pulled the covers up higher and eventually fell asleep with all the lights off, still trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just exhaustion from finals and the drive home. Maybe it was the streetlight playing tricks. I told myself all the usual things you tell yourself when you experience something you can't explain. The next morning, Christmas Eve, I woke up around 6 a.m. to the sound of the phone ringing. That was unusual. Nobody called that early unless it was important. I heard my mom answer it in the kitchen, her voice low and serious. A few minutes later, I heard my grandma crying. I got up and found them in the kitchen. My grandma was sitting at the table, her face in her hands, shoulders shaking. My mom was standing next to her with her hand on her shoulder, looking stunned. "What happened?" I asked. Mom looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. "Uncle Jack passed away last night. Aunt Susan just called to let us know." Uncle Jack was my grandma's brother. He lived a few states away, so I'd never actually met him in person, but my grandma was really close to him. He was in his late 70s and had gone in for what was supposed to be a routine procedure to remove a small skin carcinoma. Something went wrong during recovery. They weren't sure exactly what yet, but he had died sometime in the night. The timing hit me immediately, but I didn't say anything then. It didn't seem like the right moment to bring up what I'd seen the night before. We spent the day preparing for our usual Christmas Eve gathering, even though none of us really felt like celebrating. My grandma insisted we carry on with our traditions, saying that's what Jack would have wanted. That evening, the family started arriving. My aunts, uncles, cousins. Everyone was trying to be festive despite the sad news. At some point, someone asked why I looked so tired, and my mum joked that I'd been seeing things the night before. She called out wanting the hall light on because she saw a ghost, my grandma added with a small smile, momentarily distracted from her grief. Everyone laughed, and I awkwardly tried to laugh along. But then I noticed my grandma's face change. The smile disappeared, and she went pale. Without a word, she got up and hurried down the hall to her bedroom. My uncle, her son, followed her concerned. We all sat there in uncomfortable silence until my uncle came back a few minutes later. His expression was serious. "Mum's pretty upset," he said quietly. "She wants to be alone for a bit." "What happened?" my aunt asked. My uncle looked at me. "She realized something about what you saw last night. That was Uncle Jack's old room when he would visit. You sleep in the same room he always stayed in when he came to visit years ago." A chill ran down my spine. I didn't know that. "There's more," my uncle continued. "She said the way you described the figure, with the hands together in prayer and the bow, that was Jack's thing. He always greeted people and said goodbye that way. It was like his signature move. Had you ever heard about that before?" I shook my head. "No, never." The room went quiet again as everyone processed this. I had never met Uncle Jack. I had no way of knowing his personal habits or mannerisms, and yet what I'd described matched exactly how he interacted with people. Later that night, after everyone had gone home, my grandma came to my room and sat on the edge of my bed. Her eyes were swollen from crying, but she seemed calmer. "Tell me again what you saw," she said softly. I described it in detail. The angel-like figure, the smaller form that bowed with hands in prayer, the peaceful feeling that had come over me before the fear set in. My grandma nodded slowly. "The hospital said he passed sometime between 11 and midnight. That's exactly when you saw..." She couldn't finish the sentence. "I'm sorry," I said, not knowing what else to say. "Don't be," she replied, squeezing my hand. "It's a comfort, knowing he came to say goodbye, and that he wasn't alone." She smiled through her tears. Jack was always very religious. He would have loved being escorted by an angel. We sat in silence for a while before she got up to leave. At the door, she turned back. "Thank you for telling me what you saw. It helps." That night changed me. I've always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, despite the weird experiences I'd had growing up. But there was no logical explanation for what happened. I saw someone I'd never met, mimicking a gesture I didn't know was his trademark, in a room I didn't know had been his, at the exact time he was passing away hundreds of miles away. It's been over 20 years, and I still don't know how to process it. Was it really Uncle Jack's spirit coming to say goodbye? Was the angel-like figure actually guiding him, or was it all some bizarre coincidence combined with an overactive imagination? What I do know is that it brought my grandma peace during an incredibly difficult time. She passed away herself 5 years ago, and in her final days, she talked about looking forward to seeing Jack again. She said she wasn't afraid of dying because she knew angels would come for her, just like they had for him. I still think about that night every Christmas. Sometimes I hope I'll see something like it again. Some kind of confirmation that what I experienced was real, but I never have. Whatever visited our house that December night has never returned, at least not in any way I could perceive. And to this day, I still can't explain what I saw in that corner above my sister's bed, or why it chose to show itself to me. Story 17. I've been hesitating to post this for months now because I don't even know how to explain what happened to me. And I'm worried people will just think I'm making this up or was on something. I wasn't. I don't do drugs, and I barely even drink. What happened to me last November was real, and I still get chills thinking about it. I'm 21, living in an apartment near my university. Nothing special about the place, just a small bedroom with a desk, a bed, and a closet. I've never believed in paranormal stuff. I'm studying engineering, for crying out loud. I like things that make sense. That night started like any other. It was a Tuesday around 10 p.m. I had finished studying for my fluid dynamics exam and was just scrolling through YouTube on my phone, sitting cross-legged on my bed with the lights off. My roommate was out of town visiting his girlfriend, so the apartment was quiet. Just the hum of my laptop fan and occasional car noises from outside. I remember feeling tired, but not sleepy. You know, that kind of mental exhaustion where your brain feels foggy. I was considering whether to watch one more video or just call it a night when something caught my eye. About 5 feet in front of me, right between my bed and the door, a light appeared. Not like when someone turns on a flashlight. This thing just materialized. A perfect sphere, floating in midair at about my eye level. It was bright white, maybe the size of an apple, with these weird yellowish edges that seemed to pulse slightly. The orb wasn't reflecting light. It was light, if that makes sense. My first thought was that I was seeing things from eye strain. I'd been staring at screens all day, so I figured my vision was just messed up. I rubbed my eyes hard, expecting it to disappear. It didn't. The orb just hovered there, not moving, not making any sound. I could see it perfectly even though my room was dark. I remember my heart starting to race as I realized this wasn't just my imagination. "What the hell?" I whispered, sitting up straighter. As I leaned forward to get a better look, something happened that I still can't explain. Everything around me, my room, my bed, the walls, everything just disappeared. 1 second my bedroom was there and the next it was gone, replaced by absolute darkness. Not like when you turn off the lights. This was a complete absence of anything. The only thing visible was the orb, floating in this void. I couldn't even see my own body. I couldn't feel my bed beneath me anymore. It was like I was floating in nothingness, just me and this glowing ball. I remember trying to say something, but I couldn't hear my own voice. I couldn't hear anything. The orb started to slowly descend, moving downward at a steady pace. I watched, completely frozen, as it got lower and lower until it reached what would have been my floor, then just winked out, like someone had switched it off. In the next instant, my room snapped back into existence. Everything was normal again. My phone was still in my hand. The video I'd been watching still paused on the screen. I was gasping for breath like I'd been underwater, my heart pounding in my chest. Before I could even process what had just happened, it started again. Another orb, identical to the first, appeared in exactly the same spot. Same size, same color, same weird yellowish edges. I remember thinking, this can't be happening again. But it was. Just like before, everything disappeared. My room, my stuff, all gone. Just me and the orb in that impossible darkness. And just like before, the orb slowly descended until it reached the invisible floor and vanished. Then my room came back again. I was shaking by this point. I remember pinching my arm hard, trying to wake myself up. But I knew I wasn't dreaming. The pain was real. This was happening. After maybe 10 seconds of my room being normal, a third orb appeared. But this one was different. It was completely black. Not just dark, but like it was absorbing the light around it. It was slightly bigger than the white ones, maybe the size of a grapefruit, and despite being black, I could see it perfectly against the darkness of my room. When everything disappeared this time, it was even more disorienting. The black orb was visible in the darkness somehow, like a hole in reality. It followed the same pattern as the others, descending slowly until it disappeared. When my room came back the third time, I sat completely still for what felt like forever, afraid to move, afraid to breathe, waiting for another orb to appear. Nothing happened. The room stayed normal. The only sounds were my ragged breathing and the distant noise of traffic outside. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to get up. It wasn't a conscious decision. My body just moved on its own. I stood up from my bed and walked to the exact spot where the orbs had appeared. The floor felt solid under my feet. The air felt normal. There was nothing there to indicate anything unusual had happened. I remember standing in that spot and feeling something. Not a physical sensation, more like a presence or an awareness. Like when you can tell someone's watching you, even though you can't see them. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was being observed by something I couldn't perceive. I don't know how long I stood there. When I finally snapped out of it and checked my phone, I was shocked to see that it was 11:23 p.m. Over an hour had passed, but the whole experience had felt like minutes at most. I thought maybe I'd fallen asleep without realizing it, but I knew that wasn't true. I'd been conscious the entire time, even during those moments when everything disappeared. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept the lights on and sat with my back against the wall, afraid to close my eyes. Every shadow, every noise made me jump. I was terrified the orbs would come back. The next day, I was a mess. I couldn't focus in class. I kept zoning out, replaying what happened in my mind. I tried to find logical explanations. Maybe it was a hallucination from stress or lack of sleep, but I'd never hallucinated before. Maybe some weird light reflection from outside. But that wouldn't explain how my entire room disappeared. I spent hours online searching for similar experiences. I found stories about ball lightning, but that doesn't just appear indoors for no reason, and it definitely doesn't make your surroundings disappear. I found accounts of ghost orbs in paranormal forums, but nothing that matched what I saw. The closest thing I found was some obscure physics theory about quantum fluctuations, creating temporary visual phenomena. But even that didn't explain the complete disappearance of my surroundings. It's been 4 months now, and nothing like it has happened again. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember how real it was. The pulsing edges of the white orbs, the impossible blackness of the third one, the feeling of nothingness when my room disappeared. Those aren't things you imagine. I've told exactly 2 people about this, my roommate and my older sister. My roommate suggested I was just overtired and experiencing sleep paralysis. But I know what sleep paralysis feels like, and this wasn't it. My sister believes me, but she doesn't have any explanations either. The weirdest part is how it's affected me since then. I'm not scared of the dark anymore. I'm scared of what might appear in the light. Sometimes I catch myself staring at empty spaces in rooms, half expecting to see an orb materialize. I've developed this habit of checking the time constantly, worried about losing more hours without realizing it. I still sleep in the same room, in the same bed, but I've rearranged the furniture so my bed faces a different direction. It's stupid, I know, but it helps me feel like I've changed something, like maybe that will prevent it from happening again. I don't know what those orbs were. I don't know why they appeared to me, or what happened during that missing hour. Part of me thinks they were trying to communicate something, but I have no idea what. Another part of me is terrified they'll come back, and maybe next time when my room disappears it won't come back at all. So that's my story. I'm not claiming it was aliens or ghosts or anything specific. I'm just telling you what happened to me. It was real, it was terrifying, and I still have no explanation for it. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any ideas about what this could have been, please let me know. I just want to understand what happened to me that night. Story 18. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. I've been holding this in for years, and it's eating me up inside. It all started back in 2020, right before the world went crazy with the pandemic. I was living in my mum's house at the time, a pretty ordinary 2-story home in a quiet suburb. Nothing special about it, just your typical family home with creaky floors and thin walls. I was 22 then, and planning to move out later that year, but things obviously got complicated when lockdown started. That night in January, my mum was working late, and I had the house to myself. It was around 9 in the evening, and I was just relaxing, scrolling through social media and watching some Netflix. Normal stuff. I decided to take a shower before bed, something I'd done thousands of times in that bathroom without incident. I remember it was cold that night, and the hot water felt amazing. I was just standing there, letting the water run over me, eyes closed, thinking about nothing in particular. Then it happened. Jessica. It was a whisper, but it wasn't like hearing something from across the room. It was right there, directly in my ear, like someone's lips were practically touching me. The voice was soft, but crystal clear over the sound of the shower. I literally jumped and slipped, nearly falling on my ass in the tub. My heart started racing immediately. I whipped around, expecting to see someone, but of course, there was nobody there. Just me, alone in the shower, with water still running down my body. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the pipes, maybe my imagination, maybe I was just tired. But deep down I knew what I heard. Someone, something, had whispered my name. I finished showering in record time, constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling exposed. As soon as I was done, I wrapped myself in a towel and bolted to the bathroom. I slammed the door behind me and locked it, even though I was home alone. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my toothbrush. I stood in front of the mirror, trying to calm down, telling myself I was being stupid. The mirror was fogged up from the shower, and I wiped it with my hand to see my reflection. That's when it started again. Jessica. This time it was even quieter, almost inaudible. But then it came again. Jessica. Deeper now, more deliberate. Jessica. Each time the voice got louder and seemed to drill deeper into my head. It wasn't coming from around me anymore. It felt like it was inside my skull, pushing into my brain from all directions. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, young or old. It was just a presence. And it knew my name. I freaked out. I'm not ashamed to admit I screamed and ran out of that bathroom like my life depended on it. I grabbed my phone and called my mom immediately, my wet hair dripping all over the floor as I paced around the living room, turning on every light in the house. When my mom answered, I was crying, trying to explain what happened between sobs. But she just sighed and told me I was watching too many horror movies. Said it was probably just the wind or the house settling. She didn't even offer to come home early. Looking back, her reaction was weird, almost dismissive, like she was expecting me to call about this very thing. I couldn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on until morning, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination running wild. For a few months after that, things were quiet. I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was stress or lack of sleep. The pandemic hit, and suddenly everyone had bigger things to worry about than weird noises in an old house. Then it happened again in July. My mum had to go into work despite the lockdowns. She's a nurse, and she asked me to watch my little brother, who's 12. It was around 8 at night, and we were downstairs watching a movie. My brother was sprawled out on the couch while I sat in the armchair, half watching the screen and half scrolling through my phone. That's when I felt it. Not heard it, felt it. Someone breathing on the back of my neck, warm air, gentle but unmistakable, making the tiny hairs stand up, and with it came my name again, but not as a sound. It's hard to explain, but it was like the knowledge that someone was calling me just appeared in my mind. I didn't hear Jessica. I felt it, like the word was being pressed into my consciousness. I jumped up so fast I dropped my phone, startling my brother. I remember his face looking up at me, confused and a little scared as I burst into tears. I told him to go upstairs to his room and lock the door. He argued at first, but something in my expression must have scared him because he went without further complaint. As soon as he was upstairs, I ran to the kitchen and grabbed the biggest knife we had. I started checking every room in the house, looking under beds, in closets, behind doors. Nothing. No open windows, no signs of intrusion. Just our normal empty house that suddenly felt like the most threatening place in the world. I called my boyfriend and asked him to come over, but he lived 40 minutes away and couldn't just drop everything. I ended up sitting at the bottom of the stairs with that knife until my mom came home at midnight, keeping an eye on both the front door and the hallway leading to the kitchen. My mom was pissed that I'd scared my brother, and again, she brushed off my experience like it was nothing. It was around this time that I started thinking about something that happened years ago when I was 15. My mom had just married my stepfather, and one weekend, he and his friend decided it would be fun to use a Ouija board. They took me along to the woods about a mile from our house, this little clearing where teenagers would sometimes party on weekends. It was getting dark, but not completely night yet. That weird twilight time when shadows start playing tricks on you. My stepfather and his friend were drinking beers and joking around as they set up the board on a flat rock. I was nervous, but trying to act cool about it. They asked if I wanted to join, and not wanting to seem scared, I did. The session started like you'd expect, asking if anyone was there, asking simple questions. At first, nothing happened and the guys were getting bored. Then the planchette started moving, spelling out a name, Z-O-Z-O. I didn't know what that meant at the time, but my stepfather's friend got really weird about it. He wanted to stop immediately, but my stepfather thought it was funny and kept asking questions. The answers got stranger and more threatening, with the planchette moving more forcefully. I remember it spelled out my name and then mine. My stepfather's friend finally just grabbed the board and said we were done. He later told us that Zozo was supposedly a demonic entity known to haunt Ouija boards and could possess people who communicated with it. My stepfather laughed it off, and honestly I did too. I was a teenager. I thought it was just them messing with me. But now, with these whispering incidents, I can't help wondering if that night in the woods opened something up. Something that's been waiting, watching, and now making itself known. The incidents continued throughout 2020 and into 2021. Sometimes weeks would pass with nothing, and I'd start to relax. Then it would happen again, always when I was alone or the only adult in the house. Sometimes it was the whispers, sometimes the breathing sensation. Once, I was doing laundry in the basement when all the lights went out, and in the pitch darkness, I felt fingers, actual fingers, brush against the back of my hand. I screamed so loud my throat hurt afterward. I tried talking to my mom about it again, but she'd just change the subject or tell me I needed therapy. I even tried talking to my stepfather once, asking if he remembered that night with the Ouija board. He got really weird about it, first saying he didn't remember, then getting angry and telling me never to bring it up again. Their reactions just made everything scarier, like they knew something I didn't. The worst incident happened last October. I was home alone again, lying in bed trying to sleep. I felt the mattress depress beside me, like someone sitting down. I froze, unable to open my eyes, feeling a presence leaning over me. Then came the whisper, right against my ear. "I've been waiting for you, Jessica." I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It felt like something was pressing down on my entire body. When I finally managed to open my eyes, there was nothing there, but my bedroom door was wide open, a door I distinctly remember closing before getting into bed. I moved out the next day, just packed what I could fit in my car and went to stay with a friend until I found my own place. My mom was upset, but I couldn't stay in that house another night. Here's the thing that still haunts me. Whatever this is, it didn't stay in the house. 2 months ago, in my new apartment across town, I woke up at 3 in the morning to find my bathroom mirror fogged up, despite not having taken a shower since the previous morning. Written in the fog were 3 letters, Z-O-Z. I still hear the whispers sometimes, still feel that presence watching me. I've tried everything, sage cleansing, prayers, protective crystals. Nothing works. Whatever this is, whoever this is, it knows me. It followed me. And I don't think it's ever going to leave. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't tell if I'm being haunted or if I'm losing my mind. All I know is that sometimes, when it's quiet and I'm alone, I can feel something waiting in the corners of my room, watching. And I know it's just a matter of time before it does more than whisper. Story 19. I've been working at the McDonald's in Lakeville for about 8 months now. It's not exactly a dream job, but the night manager position pays decent enough, and the overnight shifts usually give me plenty of time to study for my online classes. Well, at least that's how it used to be before. Whatever the hell happened last week. I should probably mention that there had always been weird stories floating around about our location. Nothing major. Just the usual stuff that employees would talk about during slow periods. Some of the crew claimed they'd heard knocking on the drive-through window during overnight shifts, even when nobody was outside. Others said they felt like they were being watched when they went to get supplies from the walk-in freezer. I always laughed it off. I mean, come on, a haunted McDonald's. That's just sleep-deprived college kids with overactive imaginations, right? God, I wish that were true. Last Thursday night started off pretty normal. I got to work around 10:30, did the handover with the evening manager, and started prepping for the overnight shift. We're not a 24-hour location, but we stay open until 2 in the morning on weekdays and 3 on weekends. After we close to customers, there's usually a couple hours of cleanup before we can leave. I was supposed to have 2 other employees with me, Tara, who usually works the drive-through window, and Marco, who handles the grill. But around 11, I got a text from Tara saying she had a migraine and couldn't make it. Annoying, but manageable. Then just before midnight, Marco called to say his car broke down. Great. So now I was looking at handling the whole overnight shift by myself. I called my supervisor, but he basically told me to suck it up. We weren't busy enough to call someone else in, and he had faith in me to handle it. Translation, deal with it, we're not paying overtime. By 1 in the morning, I'd served maybe 10 customers total. The dining area was already closed, so it was just drive-through. I was starting to think I might actually get out early, since I had less mess to clean up with fewer customers. That's when things started getting off. I was in the kitchen setting up some trays for the morning shift when I felt it. This weird sensation like a shadow had passed over me. Not just any shadow, but something tall, like someone was standing right behind me. The air felt heavy, almost thick, and suddenly colder. My skin prickled with goosebumps. I spun around, expecting to see someone there, but the kitchen was empty. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid even as I did it. No response, obviously. I tried to shake it off. Just tired, I told myself. Working alone was making me jumpy. I decided to take a quick break, so I headed to the manager's office to check the security feeds. I don't know why, but I felt like I needed to make sure I was actually alone in the building. The office is tiny, barely enough room for a desk with the ancient computer that runs our systems. I pulled up the security camera feeds and cycled through them. Front counter, empty. Dining area, empty. Drive-through, empty. Kitchen, empty. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being observed. I stayed in the office for maybe 15 minutes, just watching the feeds and trying to calm down. Nothing showed up on any of the cameras, but that feeling of being watched didn't go away. Eventually, I had to get back to work. Those breakfast trays weren't going to set themselves up. When I stepped back into the kitchen, the temperature seemed to drop even more. In August, in a kitchen with multiple fryers and grills running, I could actually see my breath, just for a second, before everything went back to normal. That's when I remembered all those stories from the other employees. The knocking, the weird feelings. Maybe they weren't just making stuff up after all. Still, I had a job to finish. I went to the sink to wash some of the dishes that had piled up. The whole time, I felt like someone was standing just behind me or just around the corner. You know that feeling when you can sense someone's presence? It was like that, but amplified. Like whatever was there really wanted me to know it was watching. I was scrubbing a particularly stubborn fry basket when I saw it. Movement in my peripheral vision, just at the edge of my sight. A dark shape moving from the grill area toward the freezer, not walking exactly. More like gliding. My head snapped up, water dripping from my hands. There, by the freezer door, was a shadow. Not just a shadow cast by something else, a shadow that was standing on its own. It wasn't completely solid, more like a dense patch of darkness that had somehow pulled itself together into a human-like shape. Tall, maybe 6.5 feet. No clear facial features, but I could make out the outline of a head, shoulders, arms. I froze. The shadow figure didn't move. For maybe 5 seconds, we just existed in the same space. Then it tilted its head like it was studying me. That small movement broke the spell. I dropped the fry basket into the sink with a clatter and backed away, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "What the fuck?" I whispered. The shadow seemed to ripple, like my voice had disturbed it somehow. Then it moved, not toward me, thank God, but toward the walk-in freezer. It didn't open the door, it just passed through it. I didn't even think. I just ran. Through the kitchen, past the front counter, straight to the lobby doors. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the right one in the lock. Finally the door opened, and I burst outside into the warm summer night. Standing in the empty parking lot, I pulled out my phone and called my brother. He lives about 20 minutes away and has always been my go-to person when shit hits the fan. "Alex? It's almost 2 in the morning. What's wrong?" He sounded groggy. "There's something in the restaurant," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm not fucking around, Dave. There's something in there." "What, like a raccoon or something?" He was more awake now, concern evident in his voice. "No, like a dot." I hesitated, knowing how insane I was about to sound. Like a shadow person or something. I saw it. It went through the freezer door. There was a pause. I expected him to laugh or tell me I was sleep-deprived. Instead, he asked, "Are you safe? Are you outside?" "Yeah, I'm in the parking lot, but I can't just leave. I need to lock up, finish cleaning. Fuck that job, Alex. Get in your car and come over here." "I can't. If I just bail, I'll get fired for sure." I took a deep breath. "Look, can you just stay on the phone with me? I need to go back in and at least get my stuff and set the alarm." Dave sighed. "Fine. But if anything weird happens, you get the hell out of there, job be damned." With my brother on the line, I gathered my courage and went back inside. The restaurant felt different now. The air was heavy, almost oppressive. I moved quickly, keeping my back to walls whenever possible. I grabbed my backpack from the office first, slung it over my shoulder. "I need to get some stuff from the freezer for the morning shift," I told Dave. "Are you serious right now?" "Skip it." "I can't. If morning crew comes in and the breakfast stuff isn't prepped, I'll still get fired." "Alex, for fuck's sake, just keep talking to me, okay?" I approached the freezer door cautiously, no sign of the shadow figure. Maybe I had imagined it, but deep down, I knew I hadn't. I pulled open the heavy freezer door, half expecting to find the shadow waiting for me. The freezer was empty, of people or shadows at least, just shelves of frozen McDonald's ingredients. I worked quickly, grabbing the breakfast items we'd need and practically running back to the kitchen with them. As I was setting the items on the prep counter, all the lights in the kitchen flickered, once, twice. Then, steady again. "The lights just flickered," I told Dave, my voice barely above a whisper. "Get out now." "Almost done," I said, even as every instinct screamed at me to run. I just needed to put these items in the fridge and set the alarm. That's when I heard it. A knock. 3 distinct knocks coming from the drive-through window, slow and deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. "Someone's at the drive-through," I said to Dave. "At 2 in the morning, when you're closed." I walked over to the window, phone still pressed to my ear. The drive-through area was completely empty. No cars, no people, nothing that could have made that knocking sound. As I stood there, staring out at the empty lane, my breath caught in my throat. In the reflection of the window, I could see it standing behind me, the shadow, taller than before, its featureless head nearly touching the ceiling. It raised one arm, a tendril of darkness extending toward my shoulder. I screamed and spun around. Nothing there, but the air where the shadow had been was ice cold, cold enough that my teeth started chattering. "Alex? Alex!" Dave was shouting through the phone. "I'm going. Now." I didn't bother with the rest of the prep work, didn't even bother setting the alarm. I just ran, slamming the doors behind me and locking them with trembling hands. I made it to my car in record time, fumbled the key into the ignition, and peeled out of the parking lot like the devil himself was chasing me. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The McDonald's stood there, quiet and ordinary looking under the yellow glow of the parking lot lights. But in one of the windows, I swear on everything I believe in, a tall, dark figure was watching me leave. I stayed at Dave's that night. Couldn't bear to be alone. Even with all his lights on and the TV blaring some mindless action movie, I couldn't get warm. It was like that thing had left its chill inside me. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. When I finally went back, I told my supervisor I couldn't work overnight shifts anymore, made up some BS about my class schedule changing. He wasn't happy, but he switched me to closing shifts instead. I've asked around casually about the ghost stories since then. Turns out more people have experienced things than I realized. One of the morning crew says she's seen the shadow figure standing by the drink machines before opening. A maintenance guy refused to come back after he heard someone whispering his name while he was fixing a broken fryer, when he was supposedly alone in the building. The restaurant's been there since the 80s. I tried researching if anything bad ever happened there, but came up empty. Maybe it's not about the building itself. Maybe there's just something wrong with that particular spot of land. All I know is I'm never working alone there again. And if you're ever driving through Lakeville late at night and see the Golden Arches, just keep driving. Whatever you're craving, it's not worth meeting what lurks in those shadows. Story 20. I never wanted to share this story publicly, but after what happened last week with my niece, I feel like I need to get this off my chest. This isn't something I've imagined or dreamed up. This happened to me and my family over the course of several years in our house in Oak Ridge. I was only 2 years old when it started, so my earliest memories of him are fragmented. What I know about the beginning comes mostly from what my parents told me later. Apparently, I had been sleeping peacefully in my little bed in the corner of my parents' bedroom for months. It was a small wooden bed with blue sheets that my dad had built himself. Then suddenly, I started waking up screaming and trembling nearly every night. My mum said I would be inconsolable, pointing at the ceiling and crying. They assumed it was just regular nightmares, the kind all kids have. But after 2 weeks of this, with everyone in the house barely getting any sleep, my mum decided to try something different. "I'll sleep in Tommy's bed tonight," she told my dad. "Maybe there's something wrong with it, or maybe he'll feel better in our big bed." So that night, I slept between my dad and Mom's empty spot while she took my little bed in the corner. I don't remember this night, but my mom has told me about it so many times that it feels like I do. She said she fell asleep quickly, exhausted from all the nights of dealing with my crying. Sometime in the middle of the night, she thinks around 3 in the morning, she woke up to the strangest sensation. Someone was gently caressing her cheek. Not my dad, who was snoring across the room in their bed, but someone else. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure hovering above her. Not standing, hovering. It was shaped like a man, but transparent enough that she could see the ceiling light fixture through it. The figure had no legs. Where its legs should have been, there was just nothing. It ended at the waist, floating there about 4 feet off the ground. Mum said she should have screamed. Any normal person would have, but for some reason she didn't feel threatened. The hand that had touched her cheek felt gentle, almost loving. The figure seemed surprised that it had woken her, and it retreated up toward the ceiling, into the corner where the walls met. The next morning, she didn't tell my dad. She was convinced she had dreamed it all. She put me back in my small bed that night, thinking the problem was solved. But it wasn't. I started talking a few months later, and one of my first complete sentences was about the man without legs. That's what I called him. I would point up at the ceiling and say, "The man without legs is watching me." Sometimes I'd point to the top of the old wooden wardrobe that stood in the corner of the room and say he was sitting up there, looking down at me. My dad was freaked out. He wanted to move me to another room immediately, but our house only had 3 bedrooms. My 2 older brothers shared one. My parents had theirs, with my bed in the corner. And the third was my dad's home office, where he worked during the day. My mum, though, and this is the weird part, she wasn't scared at all. She would just nod when I talked about the legless man and say things like, "He's just checking on you, Tommy. He's making sure you're safe." When I was about 3, my brothers started seeing him too. Mike, who was 7 at the time, ran into my parents' room one night and said he'd seen a man peeking around the doorway of their room, but he didn't have any legs and his eyes were glowing. Mike had been terrified. My other brother James, who was 9, initially made fun of Mike, but a week later admitted he'd seen the same thing. By the time I was 4, my dad had converted his office into a bedroom for me. I was excited to have my own space, decorated with dinosaur wallpaper and a proper bed. The strange thing is, once I moved out of my parents' room, the sightings stopped. The legless man didn't follow me to my new room. He stayed in that corner, near the ceiling and on top of the wardrobe. Life went on normally for years. I grew up, my brothers moved out for college, and the legless man became a weird family story we'd sometimes mention at dinner. "Remember when Tommy used to see that ghost?" my brothers would say, and we'd all laugh uncomfortably. When I was 17, my oldest brother James got married and had a daughter, my niece Lily. My parents had moved to the downstairs bedroom by then because of my dad's knee problems, so I took over their old room. The same room where I'd seen the legless man as a toddler. I honestly hadn't thought about him in years. The wardrobe was still there, but I'd never seen anything strange since moving back into the room, until last week. Lily is 2 now, the same age I was when it all started. She was over at our house while James and his wife were at a wedding. She was tired in the afternoon, so I laid her down for a nap on my bed. I was sitting at my desk, working on some homework, when I heard her talking, not crying, just chattering the way toddlers do. I looked over, and she was pointing up at the top of the wardrobe. "Who's the man up there?" she asked. Her little finger aimed directly at the spot where I used to see him sitting. Every hair on my body stood up. I slowly turned to look where she was pointing, but of course, I saw nothing. "There's no man up there, Lily," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's just the shadows." "He's smiling at me," she said, completely unafraid. "He doesn't have legs." I scooped her up immediately and took her downstairs where my mom was cooking. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost myself because Mom took one look at me and sat me down at the kitchen table. "What happened?" she asked. When I told her what Lily had said, my mom didn't seem surprised. She just nodded slowly and kept stirring the pot of soup she was making. "The same thing happened with you," she said quietly. "You'd point at that same spot and talk about him." "But who is he?" I demanded. "Why is he in that room? Why can only kids see him?" My mum was quiet for a long time. Then she turned off the stove and sat down across from me. "I need to tell you something I should have told you years ago," she said. She explained that before I was born, her younger brother, my Uncle David, whom I'd never met, had been killed in an accident. He had fallen onto train tracks, and the train had, well, it had taken his legs. He died instantly. David loved children, my mum said, her eyes filling with tears. He always wanted to be a teacher or a pediatrician. He was so good with kids. She believes, genuinely believes, that the legless man was David's spirit, watching over me, over all of us. But why did he scare me so much? I asked. Why did I wake up crying? "I don't think he meant to scare you," she said. "I think you just weren't expecting to see someone there. When he touched my cheek that night I slept in your bed, it wasn't threatening. It was loving." After that conversation, I started paying more attention to the top of the wardrobe in my room. I noticed something strange. Anything I put up there would eventually fall off. Not immediately, but within a day or two. Books, boxes, old trophies, they'd all end up on the floor, often thrown with enough force to land several feet away from the wardrobe. One night I set up my phone to record the top of the wardrobe overnight. I placed a small action figure up there, one of my old toys from childhood. The next morning, the figure was on the floor across the room. When I checked the video, there was nothing for hours. Then, at 2:36 in the morning, the figure suddenly flew off as if someone had swept it with their hand. There was nothing visible on the video. I still sleep in that room. Sometimes I talk to him, to Uncle David if that's who it is. I tell him about my day or about what's happening in the family. I don't know if he listens, but the items on top of the wardrobe still get thrown off regularly. Last night I put a small toy train up there, a deliberate test considering how he died. This morning, unlike everything else I've ever put up there, the train was still in place. It hasn't moved an inch. I don't know what to make of any of this. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them, but I know what I saw as a child, what my brothers saw, what Lily saw, and what keeps happening in my room. There's something, someone there. A man without legs who watches over children from the top of an old wardrobe, and sometimes late at night when I'm just about to fall asleep, I swear I can feel a gentle hand caressing my cheek. Story 21. I still don't like thinking about my grandmother's house. It's been 15 years, but those memories still make my skin crawl. My parents divorced when I was 4, and my mom, sister, and I ended up moving in with my grandmother in her old country house in rural Iowa. It was one of those places that looked perfectly normal from the outside. White siding, dark green shutters, a front porch with a swing, but the minute you walked in, something felt wrong. From day one, that house had this heavy, almost oppressive air. You know that feeling when you walk into a room after people have been arguing, that tension that hangs around even after they've stopped. The whole house felt like that all the time. My mum noticed it too, though she tried to convince herself it was just the stress of the divorce and having to move back in with her mother. I was 5, maybe 6 years old when it first happened. Mom had just bought us a bunk bed, and I was excited to sleep on the top bunk for the first time. My sister was staying at a friend's house that night, so I had the room to myself. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling and feeling pretty grown up about the whole thing. I wasn't scared of the dark back then. Not yet, anyway. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The house was completely silent. I wasn't sure what had disturbed my sleep until I looked toward our bedroom doorway. The door was open just a crack, and there was someone, or something, standing there. Not a person exactly, more like a silhouette. It was darker than the darkness around it, if that makes any sense. Just this black figure, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat. I froze, couldn't even scream. As I watched, the figure didn't walk so much as slide from the doorway toward my bed. It didn't make any sound. No footsteps, nothing. Just this slow, fluid movement that didn't seem human. When it reached the edge of my bunk bed, I yanked the covers over my head and curled into a ball, shaking. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. just laid there, wondering if it could see me through the blanket, if it was standing over me, watching. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like hours before I finally got the courage to peek out. The room was empty. I told my mom the next morning. She said I'd had a nightmare, and maybe sleeping on the top bunk had messed with my head. I almost believed her, almost. About a month later, my mom was sitting in the living room with her boyfriend at the time, watching TV. It was around 11 at night. I was supposed to be asleep, but I'd snuck out to get a glass of water and overheard them talking in hushed, urgent tones. I hid in the hallway to listen. "Did you see that?" My mom was asking him. "Tell me you saw that." "Yeah," he said, sounding shaken. "What the hell was it?" They described seeing a dim, glowing orb about the size of a softball float down from the stairs, drift over the TV, and pass through the beaded doorway that led to the kitchen. The beads had actually moved as it passed through them, clinking together. They spent the next hour trying to figure out what it could have been. They even drove my mom's car down the road to see if headlights could have somehow created the effect. Nothing matched what they'd seen. After that night, weird things started happening more frequently. I'd get up early on weekends to play video games before everyone else woke up. And twice I saw a black figure pass through the kitchen toward the basement door. Just a quick glimpse out of the corner of my eye, but distinct enough that I'd immediately pause my game and sit there, heart pounding, too afraid to move. My mom saw it too. She was cooking dinner one evening when she felt someone watching her. She turned and saw what she described as a person leaning around the corner from the hallway, as if peeking to see what she was doing, just a partial face and shoulder before it ducked back out of sight. She thought it was me or my sister at first, but when she went to check, we were both in the backyard. There was the bat incident too. We woke up one morning to find a bat flying around the living room. We managed to get it outside, but my grandmother swore all the windows had been closed, and there was no chimney or other obvious way it could have gotten in. Later that day, I overheard her telling my mom that the same thing had happened 3 times before we moved in. The house got especially weird when we had family gatherings. My uncle once came running inside from having a cigarette on the porch, looking pale and shaken. He said he'd glanced up at the house and seen a stark white woman standing behind the thin curtains of my grandmother's upstairs bedroom window, staring down at him. My mom and grandmother went to check, but the room was empty and the door had been closed the whole time. The strangest part was that my grandmother had seen the same figure before, though she refused to admit she believed in anything paranormal. "It's just your eyes playing tricks," she'd say, but there was always this tension in her voice when she said it, like she was trying to convince herself more than us. My sister never saw anything, but she heard things, someone rattling her bedroom door handle in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. Heavy boots walking down the hallway when no one was home but her. Once, she was in the shower and swears someone knocked on the bathroom door 3 times, but when she called out, no one answered. She got out to check, wrapped in a towel, and the house was empty. Mom was at work, and I was at a friend's house. Then there was the basement. God, that basement. It was at the end of the kitchen, behind this old wooden door. The thing is, you couldn't really go down there because it was almost completely filled with sand. Yes, sand, like beach sand. It came all the way up to about the 3rd step from the top of the stairs. My grandmother said it was to help with moisture problems, but I've never heard of anyone else doing that. The little space that remained at the top of the stairwell was cramped and dark, with just enough room to access the circuit breaker panel if you needed to. None of us kids were allowed down there, not that we wanted to go, but sometimes, late at night, we'd hear noises coming from behind that door, shuffling sounds. Once, a loud bang that woke everyone up. My grandmother blamed it on the house settling. But houses don't settle with rhythmic footstep sounds. Our cat wouldn't go near that door either. He'd arch his back and hiss if you tried to carry him past it. That same cat would sometimes stop and stare at empty corners of rooms, his eyes following something none of us could see. He'd track it across the room, his head turning slowly, and then suddenly bolt from the room like something was chasing him. I remember one winter night when I was about 9, a blizzard had knocked out the power, and we were all sitting in the living room around candles and a battery-powered radio. My sister and I were playing a board game on the floor, while my mum and grandmother talked quietly on the couch. The cat was curled up by the heating vent, which was still putting out a little warmth from earlier. Suddenly, the cat's head shot up. His eyes fixed on the hallway entrance, and every hair on his body stood on end. He let out this low, guttural growl I'd never heard from him before. We all turned to look, and for a split second, just a split second, I could have sworn I saw a pair of boots standing there, just the boots, with nothing above them. Then they were gone. My sister burst into tears. Not from fear, she said later, but from a sudden, overwhelming feeling of sadness that washed over her. My grandmother got up and checked the hallway, insisting it was nothing, but she was pale when she came back. Just shadows from the candles, she said, but her hands were shaking when she picked up her tea. That night, my sister slept in my mum's room, and I made a little nest of blankets on their floor. None of us wanted to be alone in that house when it was dark. The longer we lived there, the more the house seemed to, I don't know, push back against us. Doors we'd closed would be open when we returned. Things would disappear and reappear in different places. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always to static. My grandmother's rocking chair would sometimes rock on its own, just slightly, like someone had just gotten up from it. We lived in that house for almost 4 years before my mum finally saved enough for us to move out. By then, we'd all grown accustomed to the weirdness in a way that wasn't healthy. We just kind of accept it when something strange happened. "Oh, the ghost is restless today," my mum would joke. But it wasn't really a joke. The day we moved out, I was helping carry boxes to the truck when I went back in for one last load. The house was empty now, our footsteps echoing on the bare floors. I walked into what had been my bedroom and felt a sudden chill that stopped me in my tracks. The room temperature must have dropped 20 degrees in an instant. Then I heard it, a whisper right behind me, so close it felt like lips against my ear. Mine. I ran out of that house and didn't look back. Didn't even grab the box I'd come for. I just bolted straight to the moving truck where my mum was waiting and begged her to leave immediately. My grandmother stayed in that house until she died 7 years later. We visited occasionally, but I never stayed overnight again. I couldn't. Even during daytime visits, I'd feel eyes on me the whole time, following me from room to room. After my grandmother passed, my mum and her siblings sold the house. I looked it up online a few years ago, curiosity getting the better of me, and found it had changed hands 3 times in the decade since we sold it. The most recent listing had pictures, and they'd completely remodeled the interior. New walls, new floors, new everything. But looking at those photos, I could still feel it. That heaviness, that sense of something waiting. And I wonder sometimes if the new owners ever see a figure in a wide-brimmed hat sliding across their bedroom, or hear boots in their hallway when no one is home. I wonder if they've figured out what's underneath all that sand in the basement. Story 22. I still don't know how to explain what happened that day. It's been 3 years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've told this story to a few close friends, but most people just think I was tired, or my mind was playing tricks on me. I know what I saw, though. So back in 2017, I was 20 years old and living with my mom and brother in this suburban house in Mapleton. We'd moved there about a year before, and it was actually the first normal house we'd lived in. Our previous places always had weird vibes, unexplained noises, cold spots, that kind of thing, but this place felt different. Just an ordinary split level in a quiet neighborhood. My brother Jake and I shared the finished basement. It wasn't fancy, but we had our own space, a small living room area with a TV, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The layout of the house is important to understand what happened. When you walk in the front door, there's this square-shaped landing area. From there, you can go straight ahead to the kitchen, left to the living room, right to a bathroom, or take the stairs down to the basement. The basement stairs were kind of unique. From that top landing, you could see down about 5 or 6 steps before the left wall opened up, giving you a partial view into our basement living room. The stairs then turned left at the bottom. It's hard to explain, but basically, if you're standing at the top of the stairs, you can see most of the way down and part of the basement through this opening in the wall. Anyway, it was a Tuesday in October. I remember because I had just gotten my first car the weekend before. Nothing special, just an old Honda Civic, but it was mine. No more asking for rides or taking the bus. I was pumped about my newfound freedom and had been driving everywhere just because I could. I got home from my community college classes around 3:30 in the afternoon. The house was quiet, which wasn't unusual. Mom worked until 5, and Jake usually hung out with friends after school. I parked in the driveway. I always checked for other cars out of habit. There weren't any, and went inside. I wasn't thinking about anything specific, just mentally going through what homework I needed to do and wondering what was in the fridge. Normal stuff. I unlocked the front door, stepped into that square landing area, and was about to head to the bathroom to wash my hands when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. There was someone standing at the bottom of the stairs. I only caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye, but I could see through that opening in the wall that it was a teenage boy. He was facing the wall, but had his head turned slightly toward the stairs, though not looking directly at me. I immediately assumed it was Jake. "What's up, man? Didn't see your car? Did someone drop you off?" I called out casually as I turned toward the bathroom. No response. I didn't think much of it at first. Jake sometimes has his headphones in and doesn't hear me, but something felt off. I stepped back to the top of the stairs and looked down again. And that's when my brain started processing what I'd actually seen. The person at the bottom of the stairs had an emo-style haircut with the bangs swept across one eye. He was wearing what looked like a grey striped zip-up hoodie and either khakis or light jeans. He was about 5'8" or 9. The problem was, Jake didn't look like that anymore. He looked like that when he was 14 or 15, when we lived in our previous house. Jake was 18 now, with short hair, and he hadn't worn that style in years. My stomach dropped as I realized there had been no cars outside except mine, and the figure hadn't moved or responded when I called out. I stood frozen at the top of the stairs for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. I suddenly remembered something else about what I'd seen. The figure had seemed, I don't know, blank. Like the face wasn't quite detailed enough. Expressionless. "Jake?" I called again, my voice cracking slightly. Nothing. I forced myself to go down the stairs, heart pounding in my chest. I took the steps slowly, gripping the railing, half expecting to find someone there, half hoping I wouldn't. When I reached the bottom, the basement was completely empty. No one in the living room area. I checked both bedrooms, the bathroom, behind the couch, everywhere. Nothing, no signs anyone had been there. I ran back upstairs, genuinely freaked out. Our 2 dogs, who had been sleeping in my mom's room, came out to greet me, wagging their tails like everything was normal. I sat on the couch with them pressed against me, trying to calm down and make sense of what had happened. About 20 minutes later, I heard the front door open. The dogs jumped up, barking excitedly, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was Jake, the real Jake. 6 feet tall, short brown hair, wearing a black t-shirt and jeans I'd never seen before. "Dude, you look like you've seen a ghost," he said, dropping his backpack on the floor. I tried to explain what happened, stumbling over my words. I saw someone in the basement. It looked like you, but like from years ago, with the emo hair and everything. Jake laughed. "Yeah, right. Very funny." "I'm serious," I insisted. "I'm not messing around. I saw something." He must have realized I wasn't joking because his smile faded. "You sure it wasn't just a shadow or something? Or maybe you're just tired?" I described exactly what I'd seen. The haircut, the clothes, the height. Jake's face went a little pale. "That striped hoodie. I haven't worn that since 9th grade. We didn't even live here then." We searched the whole house together, checking windows and doors to see if anyone could have broken in. Everything was locked. We even checked the security camera by the front door, but it only showed me coming home and then Jake arriving 20 minutes later. No one else. I couldn't shake the image from my mind. It wasn't just seeing a figure that looked like my brother from years ago. It was seeing him in a house we didn't even live in during that period of his life. How could that be possible? Jake tried to rationalize it. "Maybe you just had a weird flashback or something. Or your brain combined memories." I wanted to believe that, but it didn't feel right. I know what I saw. It wasn't a memory or a daydream. That figure was physically there, at the bottom of our stairs. The rest of that day was tense. We didn't tell our mum when she got home. She gets anxious about stuff like this, and we didn't want to freak her out. Jake and I stayed upstairs watching TV until bedtime, neither of us wanting to go down to the basement alone. Eventually, we had to go to our rooms. I left all my lights on that night and barely slept. I kept straining to hear any sounds from the basement living room, jumping at every creak and settling noise the house made. The next morning, everything seemed normal again in the daylight. I almost convinced myself I had imagined it all. Almost. What makes this whole thing even weirder is what Jake told me a few days later. He said when he was 14, he had this recurring dream where he was standing in an unfamiliar basement, unable to move, staring at a wall, but aware there was someone watching him from the top of the stairs. He said in the dream he could never turn to look directly at whoever it was, but he always woke up feeling like he'd been somewhere real. That was around the time we lived in our old house. The same time period the figure I saw was from. We never experienced anything else like that in the house. No other apparitions, no strange noises beyond normal house sounds. Just that one inexplicable sighting. I've spent countless hours trying to make sense of what happened. Was it some kind of time slip? Did I somehow see an echo of my brother from the past, transported to our current house? Or was it something darker, something pretending to be my brother? The thing that still bothers me most is the why of it all. If I did see some version of my brother from the past, what was the purpose? Was it trying to communicate something? Was it just a random glitch in reality? I don't have answers. Jake moved out last year for college, and I'm still living in that house with my mum. Sometimes I catch myself staring down those stairs, half expecting to see that figure again. I never have, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever I saw that day is still there somehow, just out of sight. The strangest part. Sometimes when I'm alone in the basement, I get this overwhelming feeling that I'm being watched from the top of the stairs. I look up, and there's never anyone there. But for a split second, I swear I can feel what it's like to be on the other side of that experience. To be the one standing still, facing a wall, aware of being seen but unable to respond. And I wonder if somewhere, in some other time, a 14-year-old Jake is dreaming about standing in our basement while someone calls his name from the top of the stairs. Story 23. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this. It's been almost 3 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. My brother Diego refuses to talk about it at all, and my parents think we just freaked ourselves out. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that something was there with us by the Rio Grande that night. This happened when I was 16 and Diego was 14. We live in Texas, about 2 hours from the Mexican border. My dad's family is originally from Juarez, and we'd go visit our relatives there a few times a year. That summer, we were planning a 2-week trip to see my grandparents. The day before we were supposed to leave, my dad realized we needed to exchange our dollars for pesos. There's this government building right near one of the bridges over the Rio Grande where you can do currency exchange even after regular bank hours. It was already getting dark around 8:30 when we pulled up to this nearly empty parking lot. It was this weird concrete area, kind of below street level, with the river on one side and the bridge overhead. There were only a few lights scattered around, making these weird shadows everywhere. My parents told us they'd be quick, maybe 15 minutes tops. Diego and I stayed in our family's old blue Dodge Caravan. We were hungry, so we decided to make sandwiches from the cooler we'd packed for the trip tomorrow. I remember I was cutting tomatoes with this plastic knife that kept bending, and Diego was complaining about how my mom only bought wheat bread. I don't know exactly when I noticed it, but suddenly everything felt wrong. At first, I couldn't figure out what was bothering me. Then I realized it was completely silent. Not like regular nighttime quiet, but this unnatural, suffocating silence. The constant background noise of cars crossing the bridge above us had disappeared. The rushing sound of the Rio Grande, which had been a steady presence since we arrived, was just gone. Even the cicadas and night insects had stopped. I looked at Diego, who was still focused on making his sandwich. "Hey, do you hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" he said, looking up at me with a confused expression. "Nothing. That's the problem. There's no sound at all." Diego paused and listened. I could see his face change as he realized I was right. His eyes got wide, and he looked out the windows of the van. That's when we heard it. This low, mournful sobbing. It was faint at first, like it was coming from far away, somewhere down by the river. It was a woman's voice, unmistakably, this heartbreaking wailing that made my skin crawl. It wasn't like normal crying. There was something ancient and wrong about it. Diego dropped his sandwich. His face went completely white. "Marco," he whispered, "es ella." I knew immediately who he meant. La Llorona, the weeping woman. Every Mexican kid grows up hearing about her. My grandmother used to tell us the story to scare us into behaving. La Llorona was this woman who drowned her own children in a river out of jealousy or rage, depending on which version you hear. As punishment, she's cursed to wander near water forever, crying and searching for her children. They say if you hear her, she's coming for you, and if she finds you, she'll mistake you for her lost children and drag you into the water to drown. "Shut up," I told Diego, trying to sound tough. "Don't be stupid. That's just some woman down by the river." But the crying was getting louder and stranger. It had this weird echo to it, like it was coming from everywhere at once. From the river, from under the van, from right outside our windows. Diego was completely freaking out. "We need to get inside," he said, grabbing the door handle. "Now! Wait!" I tried to stop him. "We should just lock the doors and—" But he was already out of the van, sprinting toward the building where our parents were. I hesitated for maybe 2 seconds before the crying suddenly got so loud, it felt like it was right behind me. That's when my body just reacted. I scrambled out of the van, almost falling face first onto the concrete. The air outside felt heavy and cold, much colder than it should have been on a summer night in Texas. The crying was clearer now, and I swear I could make out words in Spanish between the sobs. "Mis hijos, ¿dónde están mis hijos?" My children. Where are my children? I ran after Diego, but he was already far ahead of me. My legs felt like they were moving through mud. You know those nightmares where you're trying to run but can barely move? It was exactly like that. The distance between the van and the building couldn't have been more than 50 yards, but it felt like miles. About halfway there, I stopped under one of the few working light posts. I don't know why I did it. Maybe some stupid part of my brain thought the light would protect me. I turned around to look back at the van. That's when I saw her. She was standing between our van and a pickup truck parked next to it. At first glance, she looked like an ordinary woman. Long dark hair, a white dress that seemed to flow, even though there wasn't any wind. but something was deeply wrong about her. Her face was partially hidden by her hair, but what I could see looked distorted somehow, and she was just standing there, completely still, staring directly at me. The hatred that radiated from her was something I can't really explain. It was like a physical force hitting me in waves. I've never felt anything like it before or since. This pure, ancient malice directed right at me. For what felt like forever, we just stared at each other. Then she took a step toward me, and my paralysis broke. I turned and ran faster than I ever have in my life. I slammed into the glass doors of the building, practically falling inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, everything changed. Sound came rushing back, the rumble of cars overhead, people talking inside the building, the hum of the air conditioning. It was like someone had suddenly unmuted the world. Diego was huddled on a bench near the entrance, shaking. I collapsed next to him, gasping for breath. "Did you see her?" he whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. "Her eyes," Diego said. "Did you see her eyes?" I shook my head. I hadn't seen her eyes clearly, and I was grateful for that. We sat there in silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 10 minutes. Neither of us dared to look out the glass doors. Finally, our parents came out from wherever they'd been doing the exchange, looking completely normal and relaxed. "Ready to go, boys?" my dad asked cheerfully. Then he noticed our faces. "What's wrong with you two? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed at how accurate that was. Mom came over and felt my forehead. "Are you feeling sick, Marco? You're clammy." Diego and I exchanged looks. I knew we were both thinking the same thing. Should we tell them? Would they even believe us? We heard something outside," I finally said. "A woman crying," Diego added, "down by the river." My parents exchanged this look I couldn't quite read. My dad frowned. There wasn't anyone out there when we came in. "Well, there was someone now," I insisted. "We both heard her." My mom sighed. "You've been listening to your grandmother's stories too much. Come on, let's go home. We have an early start tomorrow." We all walked back to the van together. Everything seemed completely normal now. The parking lot was just a parking lot. The river was just a river. I kept looking around for any sign of the woman in white, but there was nothing. As we drove away, I looked back one last time at the spot where I'd seen her. For a split second, I thought I saw a pale figure standing at the edge of the river, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. We never told our grandparents about what happened. Somehow it felt like if we spoke about it too much, we'd make it more real. Or maybe she'd hear us talking about her and come find us again. Diego had nightmares for weeks after. He'd wake up crying, saying she was in his room, standing in the corner, watching him. My parents eventually took him to a therapist who said it was just an anxiety disorder triggered by stress. But I know what we experienced wasn't just in our heads. Sometimes I still hear that crying in my dreams, and whenever we drive near a river at night, I keep my eyes forward and the windows rolled up tight. I've researched La Llorona extensively since then, trying to make sense of what happened. Some versions of the legend say she only appears to children who disobey their parents. Others say she targets children who are away from home after dark, but the version that keeps me up at night is the one that says, once La Llorona has seen you, she never really leaves. She follows you, watching from a distance, waiting for the perfect moment to take you to the river. I'm 20 now, in college a few states away from the Rio Grande. But sometimes, when it's late and quiet, I swear I can hear a woman crying somewhere in the distance, and I wonder, did she follow me here, or am I just losing my mind? I still don't know what really happened that night. All I know is that the world is stranger and darker than most people realize, and if you're ever near the Rio Grande after dark and the world suddenly goes quiet, run. Don't look back. Just run. Story 24. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff. I'm a pretty logical guy. Or at least I was until last summer. My buddy Mason and I had been planning a cross-country motorcycle trip for years, and we finally had the time and money to do it. We're both in our late 20s, working decent jobs that gave us enough vacation time to take 3 weeks off. The plan was to start from our hometown in California and make our way east. No real destination in mind, just the open road. About 8 days into our trip, we found ourselves cruising through southwest Kansas. It was mid-July, hot as hell during the day, but we'd been making good time. We'd stopped in this tiny speck of a town called Millfield for lunch at this greasy diner. Amazing pie, though. While we were eating, the waitress mentioned something about a storm system moving in later that afternoon. We checked the weather on our phones and figured we had plenty of time to make it to the next bigger town before anything hit. Man, were we wrong. We'd been on the road maybe 2 hours when the sky just turned this sickening greenish-black color. If you've never seen a tornado sky in the Midwest, it's like nothing else. It feels wrong, like the world's turned upside down. The wind picked up fast, and we could see this wall of rain approaching from the west. "We need to find shelter now," Mason shouted over the wind. He was riding ahead of me, and I could barely hear him, even though we had our helmet comms switched on. We were on this empty stretch of highway with nothing but farmland around us when we spotted a small town, maybe half a mile off the main road. We turned off immediately, the wind now pushing against our bike so hard it felt like someone was shoving us sideways. The town was tiny, maybe 6 or 7 blocks total, with a single main street lined with old brick buildings. Most looked empty or closed down. The first drops of rain hit us as we rolled into town, and within seconds it turned into a downpour like I've never seen. Then the hail started, first pea-sized, then quickly growing to golf ball-sized chunks that hurt like hell when they hit us. "There, under that awning," I yelled to Mason, pointing to what looked like an old storefront with a faded, weathered awning that extended about 5 feet from the building. We practically jumped off our bikes, wheeling them under the minimal protection it offered. The building itself was clearly abandoned. All the windows were boarded up with weathered plywood, and there was an old wooden door with peeling paint and a rusty padlock. The place must have been empty for years. The sign above was so faded, I couldn't make out what it had once been. "Jesus Christ," Mason said, pulling off his helmet and shaking water from his hair. "This is insane." He wasn't wrong. The storm had turned apocalyptic in minutes. The rain was coming down sideways now, the wind howling between the buildings, and lightning was striking so close we could feel the thunder vibrating in our chests. A weather alert blared from both our phones simultaneously. Tornado warning for the county. "Shit, we need better shelter than this," Mason said, looking around frantically. The hail was now coming down so hard it was bouncing off the sidewalk and into the awning. Some pieces were making it through, pelting us painfully. "We're sitting ducks out here." He walked over to the door of the building and examined the padlock. "I think we could break this. It's all rusted out." I was about to agree when we both froze. It started as a low sound, barely audible over the storm. At first I thought it was just the wind blowing through some broken part of the building, creating that weird moaning sound old structures make. But then it changed, became deeper, more deliberate, a growl. That's the only way I can describe it. A deep, rumbling growl that seemed to come from inside the building. I looked at Mason, about to ask if he'd heard it too, when it happened. "Come inside." The voice was raspy, dry, like someone who'd been smoking for 50 years and hadn't had water in days. It was quiet, but somehow cut through the noise of the storm perfectly clearly. Mason's eyes went wide, and I knew he'd heard it too. He mouthed, "What the fuck?" at me, stepping back from the door, and then the laughter started. It began as a low chuckle, then built into this horrible, wheezing laugh. It wasn't joyful. It was the sound of something enjoying our fear, reveling in it. The laugh seemed to be coming from everywhere inside the building at once, echoing somehow despite the boarded windows and sealed door. I've never felt fear like that in my life. Pure, instinctual terror shot through me. My entire body was screaming at me to run, every primal instinct overriding any logical thought about the danger of the storm. Mason and I didn't even speak. We just grabbed our helmets, jumped on our bikes, and tore out from under that awning like demons were chasing us. And honestly, that's exactly what it felt like. The storm was brutal. The hail pounded against my helmet and jacket, the rain made it nearly impossible to see, and the wind threatened to blow us off the road with every gust. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have made me go back to that building. We rode blindly for maybe 15 minutes, following the main road through town and out the other side. Eventually, we spotted the lights of a gas station up ahead and made a beeline for it. The place was packed with locals who'd pulled in to wait out the storm. As we stumbled inside, soaked and shaking, an older man in a worn John Deere cap looked us up and down. "You boys must be crazy riding in this," he said, handing us each a paper towel from the dispenser by the coffee machine. "We got caught by surprise," I managed to say through chattering teeth. Whether I was shaking from cold or fear, I couldn't tell anymore. The power went out about 10 minutes after we arrived. The station manager lit some emergency lanterns, and everyone huddled near the front counter, swapping storm stories while we waited it out. Mason and I were still too rattled to talk much, but eventually, when the conversation lulled, Mason spoke up. "Hey, we stopped briefly at an old abandoned building in town. Had a faded storefront, all boarded up. Any idea what that place used to be?" Several of the locals exchanged glances. The old man in the cap frowned. "Whereabouts in town was this?" he asked carefully. Mason described the location as best he could. The old man nodded slowly, and a middle-aged woman behind the counter made a small sound, almost like a sigh. "That'd be the old Wayfarer Inn," the old man said finally. "Been closed up since before I was born." "Bad place," the woman added quietly. When we looked at her questioningly, she hesitated, then continued. "In the 1940s, something terrible happened there. The owner's wife, story goes, she just snapped one night, took her husband's shotgun and killed him in his sleep. Then she went room to room and shot 3 male guests staying there." "Jesus," Mason muttered. "They say she was convinced her husband was unfaithful with any woman who crossed his path," the old man added. "Started seeing every man as a threat, a potential partner for her husband. Police found her in the basement, turned the gun on herself." The station was silent except for the sound of rain and hail hammering on the roof. "They tried reopening it after, but nobody would stay there," the woman continued. "Too many stories about noises, things moving around. Eventually it shut down for good in the 50s. "Why doesn't someone tear it down?" I asked, my mouth dry. The old man shrugged. "Town doesn't have the money, and nobody wants to buy the property. Some things are best left alone." "Did you boys see something there?" the woman asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. Mason and I exchanged glances. I could see the debate in his eyes, the same one happening in my head. Do we tell them what we heard? Would they even believe us? "We just got a bad feeling," Mason said finally. Something felt off about the place. The woman nodded, seeming unsurprised. "Trust those feelings." The power came back on about an hour later, and the worst of the storm had passed. Mason and I thanked everyone and headed back to our bikes. We didn't speak until we were a good 20 miles outside of town, when we pulled over at another gas station to fill up. "You heard it too, right?" Mason asked as we stood by the pumps. "The voice? The laughing?" "Yeah," I said. "I heard it." "What the hell was that, man? Was it real?" I didn't have an answer, still don't. I've replayed that moment in my head thousands of times since then. The growl, the voice inviting us in, that terrible laughter. Sometimes I try to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the wind, our minds playing tricks on us in the stress of the moment. But then I remember how we both heard it at the same time, how specific it was. Come inside. Not help or hello or any other word that might make sense if someone was actually trapped in there. Whatever was in that building wanted us to enter. It wanted us inside with it. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder what would have happened if we'd broken that lock and gone in to escape the storm. We finished our trip, but neither of us was the same. We'd ride in silence for hours, both lost in our own thoughts. Every abandoned building we passed after that made my skin crawl. I kept thinking I heard that laughter again, carried on the wind. That was over a year ago now. Mason and I don't talk about it much, but occasionally one of us will call the other in the middle of the night, needing to confirm we both experienced the same thing, that we're not crazy. I looked up the history of Millfield and the Wayfarer Inn online after we got home. There are newspaper clippings from 1943 about the murders. Everything the locals told us checks out. 4 men dead, including the owner, Joseph Weber. His wife, Eleanor, died by suicide in the basement. But here's the detail that keeps me up at night. According to the articles, when police asked Eleanor's sister why she might have done it, the sister said Eleanor had been acting strange for weeks. Said she'd been talking about hearing a voice telling her to come inside, that she'd been hearing it in her dreams, telling her to go to the basement, that something was waiting for her there. What was waiting in that building for us, and is it still there, calling to other travelers who might seek shelter from a storm? I don't know if I'll ever go back to Kansas, but I do know that if I'm ever caught in another storm, I'll take my chances with the weather.